Chapter 3678. Void's 7 Stations. You're courting death. There's a platinum evil spirit here. It's going to eat me. Why aren't you opening the door? They were so angry that their noses were crooked. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling had deliberately set up a trap to lure them into it. Didn't you want to capture me? Come and catch him now. Outside the door, Lin Ling's mocking voice floated in. You! Everyone was exasperated. However, the golden-white evil spirit was getting closer and closer to them. Plop! One of them was so scared that he knelt on the ground. The other's pants were wet, and the last one was kowtowing to the door. That was because they had all seen the platinum evil spirit eating people. That was terrifying. The people who were eaten were extremely miserable. It was said that even their souls were eaten. Lin Ling, great ancestor, please spare my life. Please, open the door for me, I promise to be your slave for the rest of my life. Bang bang bang. They shouted as they kowtowed. They were so scared that tears came out of their eyes. They were no longer as proud and arrogant as before. Where is your god of assassins? Outside the door, Lin Ling sneered and asked indifferently. This is the secret of the Flying Dragon organization. Those who speak carelessly will have their entire family executed. Furthermore, their bones, flesh, and soul will all be engraved with corrosive poison, causing them to suffer for thousands of generations. Someone frowned and his voice was filled with fear. Oh, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. Lin Ling sat down at the corner of the door and drank his wine calmly. Don't, little ancestor. You can have anything you want, but not this secret. I'll talk. Mo Lin, don't say it. The people behind the door were getting more and more flustered. Outside the door, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that the Flying Dragon organization didn't lack death warriors, so Lin Ling might not be able to get the secret out of them. However, if he used the platinum evil spirit to threaten them, the timid ones would eventually spill the beans. After all, being eaten by a platinum evil spirit was even more painful than being killed with a single slash. In fact, the pain was 100 times, 1,000 times. That was because he had to watch his own body being slowly eaten up. Therefore, even the most courageous assassin could not withstand such torture. In fact, this was indeed the case. The few people in the main hall were at the moment of intercourse. They wanted to say it, but they were afraid of the Flying Dragon organization's killer rules. Bang bang bang. They were unwilling to die in the main hall, so they crazily attacked the door. However, although this was the Black Gold Hall, it was not something they could break through. In the White Gold Hall, only the god of assassins could break through the door. Rumble. On the contrary, as time passed, cries of pain could be heard from the main hall. Don't come over. How can it be so strong? My attacks are useless against it. No. Lin Ling, open the door. The inside of the main hall was like a purgatory. However, Lin Ling leaned against the wall and drank as if he didn't hear anything. He wanted to see how strong the backbone of this group of killers was. But soon, the main hall finally quieted down, which made Lin Ling frown. Could it be that they were all dead? It seemed that to be able to become an assassin of the Flying Dragon organization, their backbone was indeed incomparable to that of ordinary people. Lin Ling shook his head in disappointment. Just as he stood up, a weak voice was heard. I'll talk. The god of assassins is in the red station of the 7 void stations. The assassin finally compromised. 7 void stations. Lin Ling frowned. He had never heard of this place. Let me out first, then I'll explain it to you slowly. The voice inside was anxious. Lin Ling nodded. With a thought, a long sword flew out from the sword lock behind him, intertwined with each other, and cut the door. A moment later, a gap as tall as a person appeared in the door, and then a figure rushed out in a sorry state. Although this black gold door was extremely sturdy, with Lin Ling's current strength, he could easily break it, and he had several ways to do so. Once the gap was opened, Lin Ling first looked inside and immediately found that the floor of the main hall was covered in blood. A huge evil spirit was squatting on the ground and eating people, grabbing a thigh and eating happily. That feeling, in Lin Ling's words, was that the evil spirit eating people was like eating spicy strips. Everyone was dead, and only one person was still alive. Of course, if Lin Ling didn't open the gap, after the platinum evil spirit finished eating everyone, it would be his turn. Bang! After that person rushed out, he immediately fell to the ground in panic. His face had already turned pale. Vomit. Then, he immediately started vomiting. Lin Ling immediately laughed disdainfully. You're an assassin, after all. I'm afraid that you've killed more people than that evil spirit, and you actually vomited. We kill people, just like that, clean and neat. How can we dismember their bodies? After that person wiped his mouth, he frowned and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he almost wanted to attack Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling's current strength was still not as good as his. However, he was also extremely afraid of the platinum evil spirit in the door. He was deeply afraid that he would wake up the evil spirit that was eating, so he endured it. The so-called 7 stations in the void are actually the gathering places of the dark forces in the 9 prefectures. They are divided into 7 stations in the void. For example, if you want to issue assassination missions, bodyguard missions, or even treasure hunting missions, you can find them there. As for the god of assassins, I only know that he's at Red Station. Oh, then you've seen him at Red Station. No, but every time there's an important mission, the core of the Flying Dragon organization will gather at Red Station, have a meeting there, and issue missions. Although I'm not sure if the god of assassins is there, I'm sure that we can find him there. That's all I know. I'm leaving. You can go, but I hope you can keep what happened today a secret. Of course, if I leak the news, I'll die without a burial place. That person sneered and strode away. He couldn't wait to leave this troublesome place. Of course, he was also extremely puzzled. Lin Ling was only a door away from the platinum evil spirit. Why was he not afraid of the platinum evil spirit? However, he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he had exposed the secrets of the Flying Dragon organization, so he would definitely die. However, he had already thought about it. He would say that the people who exposed the secrets were the ones who died in the hole. Moreover, he wanted to tell the Flying Dragon organization that Lin Ling was not dead yet, and that he was coming to Red Station. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're so stupid. If you're not dead, then you should find a place to hide and live well. Now that the Flying Dragon organization knows about it, you'll die no matter where you run. After all, we're assassins. When he left the corridor, that person's eyes were filled with coldness. Unfortunately, he didn't know that a ghost jellyfish was quietly following behind him, eyeing him covetously. As long as he dared to leak the news, he would immediately be devoured to death. However, his luck wasn't bad. After passing through a few corridors, he once again met people from the Flying Dragon organization. Big Brother E, is that you? Great, I actually met you guys. I have an important news to tell the God of Assassins. Chapter 3679. Leave the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. However, just as he was about to say something about Lin Ling, the evil ghost jellyfish moved. It rushed into his body and started to devour everything. This scene happened extremely quickly, not giving the assassin any time to react. Ah, what is this? No! His soul was first devoured, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain. Next, His body, bones, flesh, and everything else. Before he died, he finally remembered the oath he made when he left Linling. If news of this were to leak out, he would die without a burial place. He immediately knew that Linling had made a move on him. Unfortunately, he knew it too late. As for the other members of the Flying Dragon organization, they all broke out in cold sweat when they saw him withering and gradually rotting away. What a strange method. Leave this place. The leader shouted coldly and immediately left. He could faintly sense a terrifying ghost aura floating around. He guessed that it should be the evil ghost from the ancient castle. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this was just Lin Ling's method. On the other side, Lin Ling leaned against the wall and drank wine. He had a disdainful smile on his face. What an idiot. You can obviously live, but you want to court death. After that, an evil ghost jellyfish in front of him flew back and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. He immediately realized that his cultivation had improved by a bit. The people that the evil ghost jellyfish devoured could return a portion of their strength to their owner. This was the characteristic of the evil ghost hell body. Void 7 stations. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The Flying Dragon organization was one of the largest forces in the 9 regions. Lin Ling knew from the start that it wouldn't be easy to kill the god of assassins. This was because the Flying Dragon organization had concealed themselves very well. Otherwise, after killing so many people over the years, the descendants of those people would have already taken revenge on them. It was precisely because the Flying Dragon organization was mysterious that they couldn't find their core headquarters, so everyone left it unsettled. Looks like I have to make a trip to Red Station. Lin Ling made up his mind. Next, he looked at the huge black gold door and said to the evil spirit beside him, "Giant ghost, is there any way to subdue that guy? Before you broke through, you wouldn't have been able to subdue them. But now, you can subdue one." The giant ghost said fiercely. "One is enough. This is an absolute bodyguard comparable to a martial god." Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. He guessed that the ghost sealing technique used soul force as the foundation. The stronger the evil ghost, the higher the soul force requirement. Next, the giant ghost also gave Lin Ling pointers. If he wanted to seal the platinum evil ghost, he could use the dark cloud flag or the ghost sealing technique. In order to be safe, Lin Ling used both methods. After all, if such a terrifying fellow lost control, he, Lin Ling, would be swallowed alive. After 6 hours, Lin Ling finally stood up, his forehead covered in sweat. He couldn't help but look at the door with a serious expression. "Come out!" Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Rumble. The black gold door suddenly shook and then exploded. A huge platinum evil ghost walked out. It held its back, its long hair was messy, and there was a strange smile on its face. Its saliva also drooled from time to time. It looked extremely terrifying. Lin Ling stared at it and his heart became serious. He shouted, "Kneel." However, the platinum evil ghost stared at Lin Ling covetously, causing Lin Ling's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that the ghost sealing technique had failed? At this moment, Lin Ling's entire body tensed up. He was ready to retreat immediately. Bang! However, at this moment, the platinum evil ghost finally knelt down, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. Finally, he let out a light breath. However, the platinum evil ghost ate humans to survive. Lin Ling didn't want to get close to it, so he said calmly, "Shrink yourself." The platinum evil ghost was too big. Lin Ling's soul power was extremely difficult to bring into the Dragon Ball. He could only seal it. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted the platinum evil ghost to shrink to the size of an ordinary person. After hearing Lin Ling's order, the platinum evil ghost looked confused. However, Lin Ling shouted again, "Shrink." The platinum on the platinum evil ghost's body began to melt and gradually turned into a 2-meter-tall evil ghost. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and waved his right hand. A wide cloak covered the evil ghost's body and covered it. This cloak was called the Star-Rotating Cloak. It was a divine artifact that Lin Ling had obtained in the Black Gold Castle. It had the effect of hiding one's aura. Even a martial god couldn't detect it. Moreover, it could change its size at will. However, Lin Ling's body was powerful and his aura concealment was extremely powerful. Therefore, he didn't need it at all. With the cover of the cloak, the ghost chi, death chi, and blood chi on the platinum evil ghost's body disappeared. From afar, it looked like a tall bodyguard. Alright, it's time to leave the Black Gold Castle. Without any pause, Lin Ling walked towards the Eastern District. After a long time, he once again appeared in the Blackstone Empire. Looking at this ancient empire, Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. He thought that the trip to the 8 Gods' heavenly palace would go smoothly. In the end, it was a narrow escape. The main thing was that the sudden arrival of the ancestors' tribulation disrupted Lin Ling's plan. Now, I have also completed the Snow Wind Academy's mission and become the first in the Snow Wind Academy. Moreover, I have completed the second mission of the Trial of God. Lin Ling looked into the distance and couldn't help but smile. At the same time, a jade token appeared in his hand. Yu, I'm back. He knew that Yu and the others must be very worried about him. Therefore, after coming out, the first thing he did was to inform Yu and the others. On the other side, Yu and the others lived in the courtyard with Xiaoyu and the others, waiting for Lin Ling's return every day. On this day, the jade token belonging to Lin Ling finally lit up. A familiar voice floated out, making them all smile excitedly. I knew that Brother Ling was definitely still alive. Yu and Xian Yuangu looked at each other and could see the joy in each other's eyes. Young master, you're back. When Doing and the others received the news, they all laughed out loud. After a conversation, Lin Ling immediately instructed, tell Doing and Broken Sword to come to the Universal Void. I have left a mark. Follow the mark and you will be able to find me. I am going to find the God of Assassins now. Doing has stayed in the Flying Dragon organization before, so he should be familiar with it. What? Yu and the others were all shocked. The God of Assassins, the #1 assassin in the Flying Dragon organization, Lin Ling had just escaped from his hands. Now he was going to kill him. Time is pressing. I am afraid that the God of Assassins will get wind of this and escape, so let Doing and the others come immediately. They will arrive within 3 days. Lin Ling didn't have time to explain anything. Brother Ling, then you should be careful. Yu and the others didn't stop Lin Ling. They knew Lin Ling's temperament. He couldn't be provoked. Otherwise, he would even dare to touch the Emperor. Moreover, although Lin Ling was bold, he wasn't a reckless person. He must have a certain degree of confidence if he dared to go on this trip. Yes, young master. Doing and Broken Sword looked at each other and immediately left Snow City. In the void, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. Behind him stood a huge bodyguard, but beside him floated a fist-sized evil spirit, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Chapter 3680. Qi Zhan. However, while they were cultivating, there were occasionally martial artists who passed by. But when they saw Lin Ling, their faces changed. They did not sense Lin Ling's strength, but Lin Ling's group was very oppressive. Senior, spare us. Those who accidentally barged in all bowed and apologized. Because they also knew that such a strange group had the most eccentric temperament. They killed people without blinking. If they met them, they could only say that they were too unlucky. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. In reality, he had already sensed these people, but he did not care. Sweeping his gaze, he saw that everyone was trembling. This made Lin Ling speechless. Although he, Lin Ling, had killed many people, he had never killed innocent people. You can leave. Lin Ling could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He waved his hand lightly. Ah. We're leaving. Don't want the treasures. Something's not right, could it be? Senior, spare us. Those people were stunned. Then, their faces changed, and they all knelt down and kowtowed. In their opinion, those who asked them to leave, most of them would kill them afterwards and wipe them out. Perhaps, they would all be killed before they could even walk 100 meters. Ah. What are you doing? Lin Ling was even more speechless. Spare us, we only have so many treasures, please kindly accept it. Everyone took out their treasures, hoping to satisfy Lin Ling. Lin Ling could not help but glance. Although he had used up all his treasures for this breakthrough, he did not lack those shrimp-like treasures. Moreover, these guys thought he was a robber. If he really wanted to be a robber, how could his eyesight be so bad as to rob this group of poor people? Scram! Lin Ling shouted angrily. He was quite angry in his heart. Do I look that ferocious? Why was he being treated as a robber? This. Everyone looked up in disbelief. If you don't leave, I'll kill all of you. Lin Ling could only say fiercely. Scram immediately. Only then did those people flee. What a strange group of people. I was speaking nicely to them, yet they knelt down and offered me treasures. They just had to force me to chase them away. Lin Ling shook his head and started cultivating again. How could he possibly have known that the little giant ghost next to him, as well as the burly bodyguard behind him, had appeared in the void, and most importantly, were cultivating without any scruples? How could such a person be weak? It would be strange if others weren't afraid. After a long time, Doing and Broken Sword rushed over. After seeing Lin Ling from afar, they were first happy, but then they were shocked. However, the evil spirit behind Lin Ling moved slightly at this moment. Lin Ling sensed that this guy actually wanted to eat people again. As expected, even though Lin Ling's soul power had greatly increased, it was still difficult for him to control a martial god-level evil spirit. Moreover, there were 2 black gold evil spirits in his dragon orb, whose strength was stronger than an ordinary half-step martial god. Therefore, Lin Ling could only barely suppress them with his soul power. Of course, this was also the reason why the 6 evil spirits were dead. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have to give up on one of them. Stand there obediently. Lin Ling shouted angrily at the evil spirit, stopping it from moving. Lin Ling then walked over. Young master. Doing and Broken Sword immediately saluted Lin Ling as soon as they arrived. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, there's no time to lose. Old Do, do you know where the chi station of the 7 void stations is? Yes, young master, are you going there? The god of assassins is there. That guy almost killed me. This time, I'm going there for revenge. This. Doing and Broken Sword were so scared that their faces turned pale. This was because the god of assassins was as mysterious as a god to them, especially Doing. He had been in the Flying Dragon organization for so many years, but he had never seen the god of assassins. He had only heard of his legends. The god of assassins, he can kill gods. Doing said anxiously. He can only kill some half-step martial gods and ordinary martial gods. What's so great about that? Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. Even if the god of assassins was at his peak, the platinum evil spirit behind him would be able to suppress him, let alone now that he was severely injured. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength had increased tremendously. It would not be difficult for him to kill an injured half-step martial god if he joined forces with the evil spirit. All right, I'll bring you there. Doing did not dare to ask any more questions. He led Lin Ling into the void. The void was vast and boundless, hiding many ancient secrets. The 7 void stations were located in the void. It was the favorite place of the martial artists in the dark world. This was because as long as one was powerful enough, one could obtain and do anything there. For example, if one wanted to kill an emperor god in the 9 prefectures, as long as one could pay the price, there would be people who would dare to kill him. Another example was that if one wanted to find information about the 7 forbidden lands in the 9 prefectures, as long as one could pay the price, they would be able to find it. This was such a magical place. In fact, the 7 void stations were originally a gathering place for a group of powerful martial artists to exchange information. However, as time passed, more and more people came to exchange information. In the end, the 7 void stations were formed. There were a total of 7 such stations. At this moment, Lin Ling was heading to the red void station. Lin Ling was not sure if the god of assassins was at the red void station. However, he had a feeling that once he reached the red void station, he would be able to find out the whereabouts of the god of assassins. Moreover, he could not delay for too long. If the god of assassins recovered, it would be troublesome for Lin Ling to kill him. Soon, a huge platform appeared in front of him. The platform was floating in the void. It was built by humans. Instead of a platform, it was more like a huge city in the void. People came and went in and out of the huge city. Moreover, these people looked ferocious and were not weak. Their gazes were filled with hostility. With one look, one could tell that they were not good people. Generally, people who come to the red void station to inquire about information, except for those famous experts, rarely come alone. They usually come in groups because this place is too chaotic. Du Kening led Lin Ling and the others forward as he spoke. Moreover, there are many taboos here. For example, you can't ask for the other party's name or check the other party's cultivation. Most people come here with hidden identities. Unless they are powerful, they will be unscrupulous and announce their names. Because this will make others more wary of them. Uncle Du, there are so many taboos here. If I came alone, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to come. That won't be the case. Your strength is currently among the top in the red void station. After all, we came from the final world. Naturally, our strength is stronger. Of course, the young master is another matter. He would have no problem sweeping the red void station. Du Kening and Broken Sword chatted from time to time. Chapter 3681. Are you courting death? Yo, isn't this old Do? Why, did you bring your child to play in the Crimson Battle? At this time, an old man riding a giant tortoise in the distance recognized Do Afterimage and immediately laughed. Courting death. Do Afterimage's eyes instantly turned cold. That old man actually said that the young master was a child. It's fine, business is more important. Lin Ling naturally didn't care about the words of such an aunt. Hearing this, Do Afterimage didn't dare to flare up. He immediately sneered at the old man and said, "Old poison ghost, be careful of trouble from the mouth." "Ah, old Do, after so many years, you're still an expert with 16 kills. Wait until you reach 17 kills before you say that to me." The old man laughed disdainfully and rode the giant tortoise into the Crimson Battle Station. Do Afterimage was immediately furious. Such an ant dared to tease him. One had to know that he had already left the Flying Dragon organization. Otherwise, it would be possible for him to reach 18 kills. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care, and he didn't dare to flare up. The 3 of them entered the Crimson Battle Station one after another. After landing on the ground, demonic sounds came from all directions. Looking around, this city was vast, but it was also extremely chaotic. Although there were no killings on the streets, angry curses and howls could be heard from time to time. There's no one guarding this place, and no one cares about killing people. The reason why people don't dare to rashly kill is because they're afraid of exposing their strength. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Do Afterimage said. Lin Ling nodded and said, "Where is the Flying Dragon organization?" "This way." In the Crimson Battle Station, the Flying Dragon organization naturally had a branch that was used to accept assassin missions. After passing through a few streets, a magnificent building complex appeared in front of them. Different from what Lin Ling imagined, the Flying Dragon organization wasn't mysterious. Instead, it was like a big family. There were also people coming in and out of the surroundings. However, Lin Ling changed his mind. This was Crimson Station, and everyone who came here had a purpose, so there was no need for the Flying Dragon organization to hide anything. The person behind this Qijan is a master of 18 kills. Usually, he is not in the mission hall. Instead, he is watched over by his son. His son is a pervert. He likes to cut off men's private parts, especially beautiful men. The more he likes to cut them, the more he likes to cut them. Moreover, he is lascivious and licentious. Diyuing said, "In the past, I have been here several times. When I saw that guy, I always had a feeling of fear and trepidation. Old Du, now that your strength has greatly increased, you shouldn't feel this way anymore." Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. "Old Do, bring these two little babies with you. If that guy takes a fancy to them, maybe he'll castrate them. Look at how soft and tender they are, they're very likable." At this moment, a laugh came from not far away. It was the old man who was riding the giant ghost. The person he was talking about was Lin Ling and Kanjian. Lin Ling had delicate features and Kanjian was young. It was easy for the hall master to target them. "You're courting death." Diyuing immediately cursed. However, at this moment, a young man in white walked out of the door. After walking out, he glanced around and stared at a young girl on the street. "Today, it's her." "Yes, young master." Someone immediately walked out from the side and walked towards a woman on the street. The woman was young and wore a veil on her face. However, her figure was extremely good and very attractive. Therefore, she was targeted by that young man. The people around were used to it and were not surprised at all. Obviously, that young man was the hall master of the Flying Dragon organization. Every day, he would capture a woman to accompany, sleep with, and then kill her. And that young girl was obviously targeted. Although this kind of action was very domineering, it was also a characteristic of the Red Dragon organization. If you were afraid, you could not come. If you came, you would have to take the risk. "Wait, we're from the Tsong family in Miaozhou." The young girl definitely did not come alone. There were a few people beside her, and they were all very strong. "Oh, people from Miaozhou." A fan appeared in the young man's hand. After waving it, he swaggered over to the young girl and pulled off her veil. The young girl revealed her delicate little face. It was so pink that it looked like it could drip water. The young man immediately laughed. He pulled again with his big hand, and the young girl's clothes were taken off, revealing her white peaks. "Ah!" The young girl immediately screamed, but someone grabbed her. She could not resist at all. "Xan, A young man at the side suddenly roared, but he was also caught by the people from the Flying Dragon organization. "Hall Master, spare her. She's still young. We're here to issue a mission. The reward is definitely not small. I hope that you can spare her on account that we're employers." An old man pleaded. "Hee, if you want to issue a mission, then so be it. What does it have to do with this little beauty?" As for the reward, we won't take a single cent less. If you want to kill someone, just issue the mission. Of course, if you feel that this place makes you unhappy, you can leave. We didn't invite you here. The young man sneered. His words were arrogant as if he was the only one here. It was up to him whether he wanted to buy or not. Sir, spare my life, spare my life. She's my fiancée. The young man knelt down and kowtowed. However, the young man looked down at him with disdain and said indifferently, since that's the case, I'll give the Tsong family some face. Let me play with this girl for a month. After a month, I'll return her to you in perfect condition. Perfect condition after a month. That was obviously impossible. Ah, sir, don't. The young man kowtowed even more fiercely. As for the young girl, she was crying her eyes out. However, she was caught and could not resist at all. Her pair of delicate full breasts were clearly revealed to everyone. However, not only did the people around not help her, they were smiling and admiring her beauty. However, Lin Ling walked out with a cold look in his eyes. Behind him was a tall evil spirit and beside him was a fist-sized giant ghost. As soon as he walked out, the old man riding the giant tortoise was immediately dumbfounded. What was that guy doing? Was he looking for death? One must know that after such a thing happened, even Du Canning didn't dare to say anything. His little baby was so daring. Old Du, you're not going to stop him. The old man immediately said. Humph, he's dead for sure. However, Du Canning sneered. You know that he's dead for sure, but you're not stopping him. The old man was even more shocked. I'm talking about that hall master. However, Du Canying's words completely frightened the old man. When Lin Ling walked out, he undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. The young man also saw Lin Ling and smiled to the people next to him. That guy is here for the first time. He actually doesn't know the rules here. What an idiot. The people next to him immediately laughed. At this moment, Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. The tall bodyguard behind him undoubtedly gave a strong visual impact. However, the people here were all strong people who had wandered the 9 states. Not to mention bodyguards, they had even seen dragons. Therefore, after being shocked, they immediately sneered. Chapter 3682. This place would cease to exist. However, the young man ignored Lin Ling's murderous intent. To him, that murderous intent was a joke. Instead, he stared at Lin Ling's face with a cruel glint in his eyes. It had to be said that Lin Ling was dressed in a long robe and carried a huge sword on his back. Coupled with his delicate features, he gave off an extremely different aura. He could be considered a handsome man. At least to the young man, Lin Ling was indeed a handsome man that was hard to come by. However, the young man had a bad habit of disliking handsome men. Over the years, he had castrated at least 50,000 handsome men, if not 10,000. Castrate him. The young man finally nodded and said with a smile. The people behind him were already used to the hall master's style of doing things. They immediately sneered and walked out. Kid, there's a price to pay for meddling in other people's business. Now, are you going to cut off that thing yourself? Or do you want us to do it? If we do it and don't cut it clean, you'll be in pain. Those people stopped in front of Lin Ling and said sinisterly. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling's reply, they immediately attacked. A dagger appeared in their hands, gleaming coldly as they stabbed at Lin Ling. Supreme-grade extreme weapons. The Flying Dragon organization is really rich. They're just some guards, but each of them has a supreme-grade extreme weapon. That's an ocean-quenching dagger. It said that it was tempered by 10,000 seas. Seeing their attacks, the people were secretly envious. However, facing their attacks, Lin Ling didn't even look at them. He didn't even bother to check their strength. When the dagger was shot at him, he gently stretched out 2 fingers and caught it. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly casual action easily caught the dagger. Then, Lin Ling's fingers slightly exerted force. The dagger was bent. Everyone's mouths were wide open. That was an extreme weapon, but it was bent. It was still acceptable for a sword to be bent, but that was only a palm-sized dagger. Swoosh! The bent dagger was flung away by Lin Ling, and it turned around to kill its owner. A stream of blood splattered out and spilled onto the street. The person closest to Lin Ling had his neck slit open. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Not far away from the afterimage, the old man who was riding the tortoise at the beginning pulled out his beard. Old Do's naughty 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 dog. Fuck, he's much fiercer than old Do. At this moment, the others had also made their move. Their daggers pierced towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling, as if he didn't see it. PFF. The sound was naughty's naughty snotty naughty nah. NN, you. The young man naughty naughty hand naughty naughty SNN. Non NN NNs NNNs NN ice. Nen, NNNNNS however, NNN, NNNNNNNNN, NNNNNNNNNNNN. This scene made everyone's eyeballs almost fall out. They had never seen such a terrifying thing. An extreme weapon, stabbing at a person, the person was fine, but the dagger was bent. Could it be that this person was harder than an extreme weapon? No one knew that Lin Ling's body was so strong that it could be called a divine weapon. That was the body of a great world's fiend god. Lin Ling didn't bother to talk nonsense and quickly threw out 3 punches. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them were frozen in place. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Their heads exploded like watermelons, but their bodies were safe and sound. Instead, their necks were constantly spurting blood. Lin Ling walked past them and walked towards the young man. The fan in the young man's hand fell to the ground in fright. How could there be such a strong person? Moreover, the other party was so young. What do you want to do? Do you know where this is? This is the Flying Dragon Organization, an existence that can't be underestimated. However, the young man was the hall master after all, so he quickly calmed down and said coldly. Exist? Soon, the Flying Dragon Organization will no longer exist. However, Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. What do you mean by that? The young man was startled and asked. Because, I will destroy the Flying Dragon Organization here. Lin Ling said calmly. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, the young man was shocked. The person in front of him actually wanted to destroy the Flying Dragon Organization here. He must be crazy. Did this guy know what the Flying Dragon Organization of Red Division represented? This place was very close to the core. If you don't die, you'll know if I'm talking nonsense or not. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that day. Lin Ling shook his head. Kill him. The young man felt that Lin Ling was too mysterious, so he took a step back and shouted angrily. A large number of assassins immediately rushed out from behind him, sweeping towards Lin Ling. The young man made a complicated seal with his hands, informing his father of the arrival of the Flying Dragon Organization. His father was the mastermind behind this place, the 18-kill expert, the titan of the Flying Dragon Organization. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not far away from the vast manor, many experts immediately rushed out. They were all killers who were numb to killing. This caused everyone to be alarmed. That young man had poked a hornet's nest. However, Lin Ling still stood there motionless. These assassins, he simply disdained to make a move. It was a good opportunity for Doing and the others to practice. His goal was to find the mastermind behind the Flying Dragon organization. Through the mastermind, he should be able to find out the whereabouts of the god of assassins. When Doing and Broken Sword saw that Lin Ling did not make a move, they immediately rushed out and unleashed their strength. Their methods were also the way of the assassin, and their killing intent was extremely strong. After making a move, it immediately became a battle between assassins. Doing, it's you. Are you rebelling? Someone recognized Doing and was extremely shocked. However, Doing was an assassin. He didn't like to talk nonsense when killing, so he only cared about killing and didn't bother to answer. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently, and the corners of his mouth also revealed a smile. After he went to the Blackstone Empire, he didn't expect that Doing and the other's strength had also greatly improved. However, it was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess that it should be the guidance of the City Lord of Snow City. This was indeed the case. Last time, Doing and the others felt that they couldn't help Lin Ling, so after returning to Snow City, they asked the City Lord for help. And the City Lord knew that Doing and the others were Lin Ling's guards, so he immediately agreed and personally taught them. The City Lord Song Chiri was an expert in the final world. How could his guidance be weak? Therefore, after Doing and Broken Sword made a move, those assassins could only be killed. Doing, it turns out that you are the mastermind. What do you want to do? Don't think that just because your strength has improved, you can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, there are many people in the Flying Dragon organization who are stronger than you. Those assassins who were killed immediately thought that Doing was the mastermind, but in the end, they were killed one by one. Chapter 3683. Lion Kill. Everyone was so scared that they froze in place. They knew that the Flying Dragon organization was probably going to cleanse their ranks today. Clearly, although Do Afterimage and company were very powerful, no one believed that they could stir up any waves. The Flying Dragon organization had been famous for so long, so how weak could their heritage be? However, Lin Ling disdained to know what the crowd was thinking. Instead, he walked towards the youth. As for the youth, he constantly retreated. Looking at the corpses on the ground, his face turned pale. Who are you? Don't you know that this is the Flying Dragon organization? Do you think you can escape from a massacre here? Escape? Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. Since when did he think of escaping? Without further ado, Lin Ling threw out a punch. As for the youth, he was no weakling. 3 daggers appeared in his hands as he attacked Lin Ling from 3 different angles. Talent. This youth actually had a 9th grade desolate body. Unfortunately, it was still a desolate body. It was not even an ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at them. He punched out, and all the daggers were shattered. As for the youth, Lin Ling did not kill him. Instead, he tore his clothes with a punch, leaving him naked on the streets. He was still holding a fan in his hand. It was as comical as it could get. As for Lin Ling, he stared at the youth and could not help but laugh sarcastically. This was because the youth had a robust physique. However, his lower body was as small as an earthworm. If one did not look carefully, it was almost invisible. Ah! The youth was stunned and immediately realized something. He quickly rubbed his legs as his face turned pale from anger. People also felt as though they had been struck by lightning. So small. It was no wonder this fellow liked to castrate others. It was because of his inferiority complex. Over the years, you must have defiled quite a number of women. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a bad person either. If it's within my power to eliminate scum, I'm very willing. Lin Ling shook his head and said lightly. What are you trying to do? The young man felt a chill run down his spine as an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled evilly. He waved his arm and a gust of wind blew the young man's hands away. Then, Lin Ling flicked his fingers lightly. Powerful realm essence shot out like an arrow, blasting apart that fellow's earthworm. My things. The young man immediately rolled on the ground in pain, and tears flowed out. It's so small. It doesn't matter if I want it or not. However, Lin Ling said something as if it had nothing to do with him, which angered the young man so much that he spat out blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. This mysterious guy's methods were really ruthless. Moreover, he did not leave any leeway. Could it be that he planned to fight the Flying Dragon organization to the death? Who dares to behave atrociously here? At this moment, the person behind the scenes of the Flying Dragon organization finally arrived. Bang! A tall and sturdy man with long hair fluttering in the wind like a lion descended from the sky. His aura was tyrannical and shocked the entire city. If other assassins were the kings of assassination, then he was the king of violent killing. They killed people by violence. Lion Killer, an expert with 18 kills. Lin Ling looked at him with great interest. A late-stage martial ancestor with a first-grade ultimate desolate body. This strength was not bad in JoJo, but in the final world. Lin Ling did not even bother to estimate how high he could climb. Son, what happened to you? After the person arrived, he immediately looked at his son. Father, my bird has been crippled. The young man was still rolling on the ground. At this moment, he shouted in pain and pointed at Lin Ling. It's him, it's him. It's you. Why? That tall and sturdy man's hair stood on end like an enraged lion. He could not understand why someone dared to provoke the Flying Dragon organization with such a fierce reputation. This greatly exceeded his expectations. That was because no one had dared to cause trouble in the Flying Dragon organization for 8,000 years. Because his bird is too small. To avoid losing the dignity of us men, we crippled him. Lin Ling said in a matter-of-fact manner. He said it as if it was the truth. Lion Killer was stunned. He then roared angrily, even if it's small, it's not up to you to cripple it. In his rage, he did not realize that he had to admit that his son's bird was too small. Hearing that, many people could not help but cover their mouths and snicker. The young man's eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. However, Lion Killer quickly reacted. He looked around and suddenly fixed his gaze on Do Kanying. It's you, it's you, it's you. Clearly, he did not believe that a young man like Lin Ling would dare to cause trouble. There must be an expert backing him. Now, he knew that it was Do Kanying. Do Kanying had eliminated all the assassins. He walked towards Lin Ling with the broken sword and shook his head. If I said no, would you believe me? Cut the crap, it must be you. Are you rebelling? If the Emperor of Assassins knows about this, you'll definitely die. Lion Killer continued to roar, traitor, you're a traitor. Alright, cut the crap. Firstly, the Emperor of Assassins is dead. He was killed by me. Secondly, I'm the one behind this. I'm here to look for the God of Assassins. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke calmly and interrupted Lion Killer's rage. However, his words shocked the entire street. How could such a young man kill the Emperor of Assassins? They could not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Secondly, this person was tired of living. How could he look for the legendary God of Assassins? However, when the God of Assassins was mentioned, Lion Killer's face turned serious. He frowned and asked, "Why are you looking for the Lord?" Obviously, he did not believe Lin Ling's words at all. He thought that the Emperor of Assassins was not dead. Because the incident at the Black Gold Castle had not spread out yet, it was not strange that he did not know about it. Kill him. Lin Ling said calmly. Boom. Lion Killer's heart instantly exploded. He thought that this young man had something important to tell the god of assassins, but it turned out that he was here to kill. I know that you won't tell me the whereabouts of the god of assassins. So, let's have a fight. If you lose, you'll tell me the whereabouts of the god of assassins. If we lose, all 3 of our lives will be yours. Lin Ling said again. You? Alright, I agree. All 3 of you will die. Come on, the 3 of you will attack me together. Lion Killer had no reason to refuse. Although Do Kening was powerful, he was only an assassin with 16 kills. However, Lion Killer was an assassin with 18 kills. The difference of 1 kill was like heaven and earth. You're wrong. It's not me who will fight with you, but Do Kening. Lin Ling said again. Do Kening alone. This time, Lion Killer was shocked. That's right. Because you're not qualified for me to attack you. Lin Ling nodded. Crazy. Everyone around felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant. Even if Lin Ling and the other 2 joined forces, they might not be a match for Lion Killer. However, Lin Ling said that Lion Killer was not qualified. Perhaps he did not know what an 18-kill assassin represented. Alright, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Come on, Do Kening. Lion Killer laughed angrily. His body shook and the murderous aura on his body seemed to materialize. It was terrifying. Chapter 3684. Shura Way of Killing. No one thought that Du Ying could win this battle. Many people couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They wanted to see if this arrogant kid would show any signs of fear. However, Lin Ling had already found a chair and sat down. He sipped his wine calmly, and a tall bodyguard stood behind him. His aura was intimidating. 15 minutes, Du Ying. You have to defeat him. Moreover, an indifferent voice drifted out. As soon as he said that, the shock that people had just suppressed exploded again. If Du Ying fought Lion Killer, Du Ying only had a 30% chance of winning. However, this young man even gave him a time limit. Was he trying to kill Du Ying? Young master, there's no need. 15 minutes will do. Alright. However, Du Ying nodded confidently. When he nodded, even Lion Sha was a little confused. That was because the Flying Dragon organization had a strict hierarchy. Du Ying was an assassin with 16 kills, so he was definitely weaker than him. Many years ago, he had defeated Du Ying in a battle between assassins in the Flying Dragon organization. It was a clean defeat. As a result, Du Ying's eyes were filled with respect when he saw him. Now, Du Ying's strength might have increased greatly, but it was definitely not as great as Lion Sha's. Lion Sha had already entered the core circle of the Flying Dragon organization, while Du Ying was not qualified. One was specially trained by the Flying Dragon organization, while the other was an outside assassin. Who was stronger and who was weaker? All these years, I've been practicing martial arts with the young master. So, I'll show you the difference between us. Alright. Du Ying seemed to know what Lion Sha was thinking. He smiled and walked forward. I'll let you attack first. Alright. Lion Sha was stunned, as if he had misheard something. His defeated opponent in the past was letting him attack first. You're overestimating yourself. Alright. Lion Sha did not argue. As an assassin, his goal was to kill. Then, he moved. 800 realm speed. As an expert with 18 kills, his speed was really impressive. However, he did not use his dagger. Instead, he pounced on Du Ying. This also made Cruel Sword frown. He had learned the way of assassins from Afterimage. Assassins were all good at the blade of assassination. An assassin without the blade of assassination was really strange. It's not that he doesn't have a blade of assassination, it's just that he hides it. However, those methods are only child's play. The path of assassination is too simple. If other forces can be added, then the path of assassination will be even more perfect. As if he knew that Broken Sword was confused, Lin Ling said faintly. These words caused Kun Jian's eyes to light up. Almost at the same time, Lion Killer appeared in front of Do Kening. His long hair suddenly changed and turned into countless daggers, stabbing towards Do Kening from all directions. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone's jaws dropped. An expert with 18 kills was indeed powerful. Too weak, too weak. However, Do Afterimage had his hands behind his back and his eyes were filled with disdain. Currently, his realm had not increased much, but his talent had increased once again. He had reached the ultimate third-grade desolate body. Wolf Court Azura. Do Afterimage bellowed as his right hand finally rose. A pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand and he gently moved it. This movement seemed to split open the universe. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling also stood up and clapped his hands, saying, "Not bad, old Do. You win." With that said, everyone stared with widened eyes. Do Afterimage had won. Why didn't they see it? However, almost at the same time, a coldine energy burst out from Do Afterimage's dagger. This coldine energy seemed to be killing intent, but it also seemed to be cold, but it was different from ice. If one had to describe it, it would be coldine energy. Caw caw caw. All the daggers that were stabbing towards Do Afterimage were frozen, turning into black ice. As for Do Afterimage, he walked forward and his dagger landed in front of Lion Killer's neck. When he looked at Lion Killer again, he realized that he could not move at all. A mysterious energy had frozen all his strength. How is this possible? Roar! He roared in his heart. The person he had defeated in the past had defeated him today. What had Do Afterimage experienced all these years? How did he become so strong? One move, he could not even block one move. However, Do Afterimage did not kill him. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the coldine energy on Lion Killer's body quietly disappeared. What kind of move is this? Lion Killer knew that he had escaped death. Otherwise, if Do Afterimage wanted to kill him, he would only need to wave his hand. Azura Killing Path. Do Afterimage still walked forward and said indifferently. Azura Killing Path. Lion Killer muttered to himself. He had never heard of this kind of killing path, because the Flying Dragon organization did not have it. In the path of killing, other forces are added, thus forming the Azura Killing Path. As for the coldine energy, it is the Azura Killing Intent. Do Afterimage said again. Lion Killer's body trembled. Impossible, how can other forces be added to the path of killing? You lied to me. However, after saying this, his face turned pale. Do Afterimage did not need to explain anything. The previous move had proved everything. How did your strength improve so much in just a few years? You should know that I have entered the killing universe of the Flying Dragon organization to cultivate. Lion Killer shook his head unwillingly. He could not understand why he had lost. In terms of status, identity, and potential, he was above Do Afterimage. Therefore, he could not understand at all. The killing universe is indeed the highest cultivation holy land for assassins in the Flying Dragon organization. Unfortunately, my strength improved faster when I followed the young master than when I was in the Flying Dragon organization. You are all frogs in a well. Do Afterimage finally came to Lin Ling's side and said indifferently. This also made Lion Killer look at Lin Ling in shock. At first, he did not care about Do Afterimage calling Lin Ling young master. He thought that Lin Ling was the employer who hired Do Afterimage. However, he now realized that Do Afterimage was willing to call Lin Ling young master. That attitude came from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, there was a hint of reverence. Young master. Who the hell was that young man who looked so calm and collected? This time, he could not help but pay more attention to Lin Ling. He was also a little envious of Do Afterimage because only he knew how difficult it was to improve one's strength after reaching their level. Tell me, where is the god of assassins? Lin Ling ignored Lion Killer's shock and asked indifferently. Lion Killer's expression suddenly changed. The whereabouts of the god of assassins was a taboo in the Flying Dragon organization. However, he had lost. He had to admit defeat. He had to tell Lin Ling the whereabouts of the god of assassins. Tell the god of assassins that I, Lin Ling, am here. Lin Ling said again when he saw Lion Killer hesitating. Lin Ling. You are the son of the devil, Lin Ling. Lion Killer's expression finally changed drastically. Of course, he knew who Lin Ling was. He was one of the leaders of the God of Destruction Alliance and an extremely famous figure in the 9 states. Even Fu Hang Manor and Godly Escort Mansion did not dare to challenge Lin Ling and surrendered to him. Chapter 3685. Xanadu. If you're Lin Ling, then the truth is out. It's time for you to settle your grudge with the Flying Dragon organization. Go ahead and enter the mansion. You'll find the way to meet the god of assassins. Lion Kill sighed and didn't hide anything. He looked at Do Afterimage and said, according to the rules of assassins, I have lost to you. Therefore, I can only die. After he finished speaking, his long hair danced and turned into countless daggers that pierced toward Lion Kill. Plop. A large amount of blood splattered out like a sea urchin. Lion Kill fell on his back. A Flying Dragon organization's 18-kill expert had committed suicide. One had to admit that this guy was quite courageous. He dared to take responsibility for his actions. Although we are enemies, he is still a well-known man. Give him some face and spare his useless son's life. However, I also promised his useless son that the Flying Dragon organization will cease to exist. Therefore, Do Afterimage, destroy this place. Lin Ling walked toward the luxurious mansion step by step. Do Afterimage and Do Afterimage immediately accepted the order and rushed forward. Rumble. The magnificent mansion was instantly destroyed. The assassins who were still in the mansion were all killed. Dust flew everywhere. The momentum was vast and mighty. On the other side of the street, everyone's heart was trembling. Lin Ling. It was actually the son of devil, Lin Ling. Didn't this guy disappear for a long time? Why did he resurface again? How terrifying. I actually treated the son of devil, Lin Ling, as a child of Do Afterimage. Heavens. The old man who was riding the turtle at the beginning was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The smell of urine floated out from his pants. In the 9 prefectures, there were not many people who hadn't heard of Lin Ling's name. The son of devil, Lin Ling, the glory of the 9 prefectures. He killed gods and demons. With glory on his body, he could be considered a giant existence. In the 9 prefectures, the son of devil, Lin Ling, was the representative of the gods. At this moment, the young man finally woke up. However, when he looked at his dead father and the destroyed Flying Dragon organization, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Existence. Soon, the Flying Dragon organization no longer existed. He also remembered what Lin Ling had said to him before. Now, it really didn't exist anymore. Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to the collapsed manor. He continued to advance, his powerful soul force spreading out. After a long time, his eyes lit up. At this moment, Do Ying and the rest ran back and shook their heads. Young master, we searched the entire manor, but we couldn't find the god of killers. I found it. Follow me. Lin Ling said with a smile as he led Do Canning and the others forward. They arrived at a dilapidated rock garden and threw a punch at it. Rocks flew everywhere and a dilapidated bronze door appeared in front of them. Lin Ling didn't stop there either. He opened the bronze door and stepped in. After entering, it was a world of its own. Lin Ling and the other two appeared on top of a cliff. Looking ahead, they saw a quiet little village sitting on the ground. This little village looked extremely ordinary, with only a few scattered people bustling about. There was nothing special about it. However, Lin Ling and the rest knew that he had found the god of killers. It had to be said that this guy really knew how to hide. He was actually hiding in this secret realm. After that, Lin Ling looked into the distance. In front of his eyes, there was an endless sea. This sea was very calm and wrapped around the entire little village. Looking along the sea, there was a vast expanse of white in front of them. It made them wonder where this place was. It's a pretty good paradise. However, the sunlight here is a little dim. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the sun in the sky. However, although this place wasn't big, it was still the core of the Flying Dragon organization. Therefore, someone quickly discovered Lin Ling and the rest. Who are you? A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes suddenly appeared above the cliff. His clothes fluttered in the wind. It was obvious that his strength wasn't weak. Son of Devil, Lin Ling, tell the god of killers that I'm here to kill him. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by the appearance of the person and said with a smile. Hearing this name, the middle-aged man's body trembled. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Ling would find this place and even threaten to kill the god of killers. Was this Lin Ling crazy? It's dawn now. I'll come to kill you all at night. You all better be prepared. Lin Ling sat down and appeared to be at ease. Also, don't tell me that the god of killers isn't here. Because I know that he's recuperating here. Boom. As soon as these words fell, the middle-aged man's heart completely exploded. It was as if Lin Ling had absolute confidence in himself and understood everything very well. Most importantly, Lin Ling gave him a feeling of dominating everything. That kind of calmness, in fact, was like a dark cloud pressing down on him, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. My name is Ning Wang. I will pass your words to the god of killers. Moreover, it's time for your grudge with the Flying Dragon organization to end. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling meaningfully and finally nodded. It could be seen that his position in the Flying Dragon organization wasn't low. Then, he looked at Do Afterimage and said indifferently, Do Afterimage, I hope you don't stand on the wrong side. Because if you lose, you'll definitely die. Thank you for your advice, but we'll definitely win. Do Afterimage also smiled faintly. Ning Wang didn't talk nonsense and disappeared on the spot. Young master, why do we have to kill at night? When they're fully prepared, our revenge will be even more troublesome. After Ning Wang left, Do Afterimage and the others finally frowned and looked at Lin Ling suspiciously. Because if you want to kill the god of killers, it's definitely better to catch him off guard. Like Lin Ling, who notified in advance to kill you, this was equivalent to beating the grass and alerting the snake. Unless one had absolute confidence, ordinary people wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said very calmly, Don't worry. First, I want to kill them all in one fell swoop. After all, if a powerful killer escapes and kills my family, then I'll suffer a great loss. So, I'll give them one day to gather all the experts of the Flying Dragon organization back. Second, the night is dark and the wind is strong, so it's easy to kill. His words made Do Afterimage and the others tremble. No wonder Lin Ling waited until the night to make his move. Although Do Afterimage and the others didn't know how Lin Ling would attack and how he would face all the killers of the Flying Dragon organization. but they believed in Lin Ling. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and seemed to be motionless, but under his body, the true inheritance dark sword was swimming like a fish, penetrating the mountain range and appearing in the surrounding sea. Moreover, many evil ghosts and spirits also appeared quietly. They followed the mountain range down and hid in the sea. These were evil ghosts and jellyfish. In order to kill all the members of the Flying Dragon organization, Lin Ling had obviously done enough this time. In the past, Fu Hang Manor and Godly Escort Mansion had already compromised. Only the Flying Dragon organization refused to surrender. They even hooted and laughed at Fu Hang Manor for being afraid of death. Chapter 3686. It was a dark and windy night, a night for murder. Time passed quietly, and the small village was still quiet. It was as if the sun had risen and the sun had set. However, the smell of slaughter had quietly filled the air. More and more assassins quietly appeared in the small village. The weakest assassin had 18 kills, and the strongest 2 had 20 kills. They were the saint of assassins and the supreme of assassins. They were only second to the emperor of assassins. If such an expert was in the 9 states, he could easily kill the 9 states' god emperors. Even the Flame Emperor was no exception. Obviously, this time, Lin Ling had come for revenge. With the grudge between Lin Ling and the Flying Dragon organization, the two sides were already irreconcilable, so the Flying Dragon organization had also summoned their strongest assassin back. He must keep Lin Ling here forever. Is this Lin Ling crazy? He actually came to our headquarters and challenged all of our assassins. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. I heard that he went to the final world. He only went to the final world. Don't think that he's so great. We also have top assassins in the final world, like Ling Long, Kagura, Qin Ding, and Gu Sha. It's said that Lin Ling isn't even as good as Kagura. After all, Kagura is an expert from Shinsanhou. It's a pity that I can't contact Kagura this time. Otherwise, I would have asked Kagura to come back and let Lin Ling know how powerful he is. Those assassins hid in the shadows and talked coldly. They were extremely disdainful of Lin Ling's arrogant arrival. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Kagura had already been killed by Lin Ling. Not only that, he had killed her with ease. The grudge between us and Lin Ling should be settled tonight. The voice of the Saint of Assassins drifted out, as if it had come from the depths of hell. The most terrifying thing was that no one could be seen in the village at this moment. However, voices kept coming out of the village. It was extremely strange, causing the entire village to seem like a ghost village. After a long time, night finally fell. The sky seemed to have been sprinkled with ink, and the night wind blew across the silent land, adding a hint of killing intent to the land. Crash! The wind blew the fallen leaves, which rolled along the ground and drifted further and further away. However, the ancient land only had the sound of the wind. Looking at the horizon, the originally ordinary village was now even more terrifying. At night, we assassins can unleash even more power. A voice filled with murderous intent quietly floated up, as if it had appeared out of thin air. But in the distance, several figures were walking along the main road, slowly walking towards the village. Looking carefully, there were a total of 4 people. One was Lin Ling, and all of them were afterimages and broken swords. And behind Lin Ling, there were tall bodyguards following step by step. This combination gave off an extremely strong visual impact. It's a dark and windy night, a night for murder. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the pitch-black earth. The night wind blew against his face as he spoke indifferently. He didn't sound like he was going to kill someone. Instead, he sounded like he was going to have fun. As soon as he finished speaking, an even thicker murderous aura lingered in the sky above the village. The calm ocean in the distance quietly gave up its waves. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. In the quiet village, not a single person could be seen. It was as if it was a dead village. A moment later, 4 figures finally walked in. Doing and Sang Jian had solemn expressions on their faces. They knew that this battle would definitely be extremely intense. However, Lin Ling had warned them before that this time, they didn't have to make a move. They just had to stand and watch. This also made them extremely speechless. Did the young master know what he was facing? This was the headquarters of the Flying Dragon organization. However, even though they were speechless, they didn't dare to disobey Lin Ling's words. Just as Lin Ling and the others stood firm, a gentle breeze blew over. It looked extremely ordinary, which also caused them to not notice the afterimages. However, Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. Bang! Suddenly, the tall evil spirit behind him made its move. Its large hand grabbed towards the breeze, and within the breeze, a thin old man was suddenly pulled out. The old man actually disappeared into the breeze, attempting to be the first to assassinate Lin Ling. It had to be said that this assassination method was indeed powerful. If it was anyone else, they would have already been killed. At this moment, the assassin's head was being held by the tall evil spirit. He tried his best to resist, kicking his feet in the air. However, no matter what he did, it was useless against the evil spirit. Bang! On the contrary, the evil spirit's palm slightly exerted force, and the old man's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood spurted out in all directions. Next, the evil spirit wanted to eat the old man, but Lin Ling said indifferently, "Scram and eat." His voice was calm, but it carried endless majesty. The evil spirit dragged the old man's corpse and found a corner to squat down. It ate the old man as if he was eating a spicy strip. In the quiet village, many people were hidden. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. How could the monster that Lin Ling brought be so terrifying? Not only did it see through the assassination, it even easily took care of the assassin. Furthermore, such a ferocious existence actually listened to Lin Ling's words. After the first failed attempt, a middle-aged man finally stepped forward. He smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, the son of the demon, you're really punctual. You said you'd come at night, and you're here at night. You're so bold. If it weren't for the fact that the location is inappropriate, I would really like to drink and chat with you." This middle-aged man was the King Ning from the day. He looked extremely amiable, but everyone in the Flying Dragon organization knew that he was also a cruel and merciless assassin. "I also want to drink and chat with you, but it's a pity." Lin Ling also laughed. "What's a pity?" King Ning smiled and asked casually. "It's a pity that I will never be able to drink with you, and you will never be able to drink either, because you will die in a moment." Lin Ling said calmly. King Ning was stunned, then suddenly laughed even louder. "Son of Devil, Lin Ling, I know that you are very powerful, but do you know who you are challenging? That is the Flying Dragon organization. Perhaps you can defeat all the assassins below the 20-kill level, but we have more than one assassin, not to mention that we have 2 20-kill level experts. I'm sorry, although you said that you are very powerful, I really don't think that you are that powerful. I know that the god of assassins should know that I am here, so he must be waiting for something. Let me remind him that it is better for him to come out immediately, or else." Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. "Or else what?" King Ning narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed. He seemed to be talking to Lin Ling alone, but in fact, a large number of assassins had already gathered around. As long as he gave the order, an ancient assassin array would be activated. Or else, his Flying Dragon organization will be trampled. Lin Ling said word by word. "Then let's see how you are going to trample and kill." King Ning finally revealed his fangs. His whole body seemed to have entered the darkness, or it could be said that he had completely turned into darkness. "Kill." Behind Lin Ling, Do Afterimage's face suddenly changed. Did the Flying Dragon organization activate such a killing array? Chapter 3687. Immortal Sword and Evil Ghost. The strongest killing formation of the Flying Dragon organization, also known as Bai Chi's killing formation, is the Killing God formation. It was obtained by the first killing god in the ruins of the gods. The killer who activates the formation will consume half of his life force and turn into darkness to kill all life. 8,000 years ago, this formation was activated for the first time in the Kaiyuan River, one of the 7 great forbidden lands of the 9 states. It killed everything and finally came out of the Kaiyuan River. The killing did not stop, and it implicated the East Land. It killed for 3 years, and countless people died. The former Emperor Donghuang died under Bai Chi's interception formation. Because once the formation is activated, all the killers will only have a trace of reason left. The rest is killing. Even if they are exhausted from killing, they won't stop. Do Kening said. He never thought that the Flying Dragon organization would use such a great formation against Lin Ling. This was also a killing formation that could kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of their own. From this, it could be seen how important Lin Ling was to the Flying Dragon organization. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, the wind blew and scratches appeared on the ground. It was as if someone had slashed a sword. More and more sword marks appeared, killing indiscriminately. The most terrifying thing was that they couldn't see anyone. Shio! A fallen leaf drifted to the ground, but strangely, it was cut in half. Rumble. Next, the houses in the distance began to collapse. The whole village collapsed. Terrifying. Formless killing intent. Do Kening and Broken Sword felt the enormous killing intent. Their faces turned pale from fright. Lin Ling, you came to the wrong place. At the same time, a cold voice came from the front. It was King Ning. You will be killed into nothingness. No one in the 9 prefectures can break this formation. He didn't enter the killing formation, but turned into darkness. Only by turning into darkness did he almost get killed. That terrifying Bai Chi's killing formation didn't differentiate between friend and foe. As long as there was life, it would kill. But at this time, Lin Ling finally moved. A killing formation of kittens and puppies dares to kill me. Lin Ling's voice was low and deep. His long hair danced wildly under his killing intent, and the fist-sized giant ghost floated beside him. At this moment, he looked like a death god that had rushed out from the underworld. True Legacy, Underworld Legacy, 9999. As he spoke, a sudden change occurred outside the village. Rumble. At this moment, the sea that surrounded the village erupted with towering waves. The momentum was vast and terrifying. The pupils of Du Ying and the others immediately trembled fiercely. Looking around, it was as if they were surrounded by countless waves, and in the sea that was like 10,000 horses galloping, countless swords shot out, as if they were immortal swords creating a new era. Ghost prison. However, Lin Ling shouted again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless jellyfish also floated out of the sea and gathered towards the village. They were densely packed, as if countless evil spirits were playing in the human world. The flying swords and evil spirits were extremely fast, rushing towards the village like locusts. Whoosh! 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 Bloodstains began to appear on the ground. The terrifying thing was that no one was injured, only the flying swords. Moreover, as time passed, more and more blood was spilled, and the ground was dyed red. As for the evil spirits and jellyfish, they actually picked up the assassins from the formless killing formation, hovered in the sky, and then swallowed them. Next, dried corpses fell from the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were actually the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization. Not to mention an expert with 18 kills, even an expert with 19 kills could not escape this calamity. King Ning, who was in the dark, was trembling all over at this moment, and his eyes were wide open. Lin Ling, what kind of method is this? Whoosh! However, the assassins in Lin Ling's killing formation had all lost their minds. Even if they were killed, their eyes were still fixed on 3 people, and they were none other than Lin Ling and the other 2. However, their numbers were dwindling. Finally, a sword mark fell 1 meter away from Lin Ling. Just 1 more meter and this person would be able to kill Lin Ling. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the 5 evil spirits and jellyfish had already entangled him and were devouring him crazily. Finally, his body was revealed, and he turned into a dried corpse, and then fell in front of Lin Ling. After the last assassin died, the killing in the entire village finally stopped. There were only flying swords and endless evil spirits in the sky. In the center of the Immortal and Ghost, the blue-robed young man stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently in front of him. He was like the incarnation of the Immortal and the Ghost, and it was a shocking sight. Whoosh! The surrounding wind returned to normal, and the village gradually quieted down. However, the ground was full of dried corpses and bloodstains, like a mass grave. This was called the night of murder in a dark and windy night. Come out! At this moment, Lin Ling said lightly. After he finished speaking, a figure walked out from the darkness. It was King Ning. At this moment, his face could only be described as horrifying. His mouth was wide open, his eyes were bulging, and his body was trembling. Bai Chi's killing formation had been broken by Lin Ling. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, it had only been the time for 3 incense sticks to burn. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had been a violent storm. One had to know that this was a great formation that had never been broken by anyone in the Flying Dragon organization. Don't be so surprised. No one in the 9 prefectures can break it, but it doesn't mean that other places can't. For example, the final world. Lin Ling did not have any joy or pride. To him, such a killing formation was just a so-so. In the face of a stronger power, everything was like paper. Your core assassins have been completely annihilated. Lin Ling said again. Yes, and they only lasted for 3 incense sticks to burn. No wonder you gave us a day's time. It turns out that you wanted to kill us all from the beginning. King Ning said with a bitter smile. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was arrogant, but now he did not think so. He thought that he was the arrogant one. He actually thought that Lin Ling's killing formation could kill Lin Ling. He was too naive. Lin Ling, when did you have so many tricks up your sleeves? At this moment, 2 old men walked out from beside King Ning. One on the left and one on the right. These 2 were the strongest 20 assassins under the King of Assassins. One of the 2 old men was tall and the other was short. One was fat and the other was thin. They looked rather ordinary, like old men from the countryside. In fact, if they did not kill people, they would indeed be ordinary old men. Usually, they would just fish and play chess. I have so many tricks up my sleeves. I just usually hide them. Lin Ling said indifferently. I have to admit that we have underestimated you. However, we are assassins, not warriors with the spirit of martial arts. Next, the 2 of us will join forces to kill you. I hope you don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. The 2 old men spoke kindly. It did not seem like they wanted to kill Lin Ling at all. However, Lin Ling knew that when these 2 killed people, they would kill without batting an eyelid. It's fine. I don't care. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Young man, you are bold enough. If it weren't for the fact that we are on different sides, would really want to be friends with you. Since you don't care about us bullying you with numbers, then we will attack. Chapter 3688. The god of assassins had appeared. 20 kill experts working together. I'm afraid their strength is enough to kill a martial god. After all, they are half martial gods. Why did young master agree to let them work together so easily? Do Kening and the others were confused when they saw Lin Ling nodding his head. As a matter of fact, King Ning shared the same thought. Even though the immortal swords and demons surrounding them were powerful, King Ning had a feeling that the 220 kill experts would be able to kill Lin Ling before the attacks reached them. After all, it was not difficult for them to bully Qin Nan since they were both half martial gods. The truth is, I don't care because I have more people than you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling said calmly. A dragon ball appeared in each of his hands. Someone is trying to bully Qin Nan with their numbers, so please lend me a hand. Following Lin Ling's calm voice, a huge number of dragons charged out. Bang bang bang. As they landed on the ground began to crack open. The dragons came in all shapes and sizes with ferocious faces, covering the entire village. King Ning and the others were startled when they saw the monsters that had appeared out of nowhere. Where did Lin Ling get so many monsters from? On top of that, it seemed like each of them was quite powerful. They were all martial progenitors. Come out, black golden demon. However, the dragon orb in Lin Ling's other hand emitted 2 black rays, which transformed into a 5-meter-tall black golden demon. As soon as the demon appeared, the 2 old men's hearts skipped a beat. That was because they sensed an invincible force from the black ghost's body. I'm sorry, but I have more people now. Now, die. Lin Ling ignored their astonishment. He waved his hand gently, causing the dragons and demons to lunge at the 2 old men. Lin Ling, you're cheating. The 220 kill experts cursed angrily. It turned out that Lin Ling was the one who was trying to bully Qin Nan with his numbers. Previously, they had thought it was embarrassing. But now... shame my ass. On the other hand, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to the 2 old men. He knew that the 2 of them were dead for sure. This was because even the king of assassins was no match for the black gold devil, let alone them. God of assassins, are you still not coming out? Lin Ling's gaze turned to the front, quietly waiting for the real master to appear. At this moment, such a huge force like the Flying Dragon organization could be considered to have been uprooted by Lin Ling, so in the distant ruins, a rolling black cloud finally floated out, and finally, a young man walked out. He was a one-armed young man, his face was extremely pale, his long hair fluttering in the wind, but he looked extremely handsome. The god of killers. He walked out step by step, but his expression was extremely solemn. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Moreover, your strength has greatly increased. It seems that you have broken through to the next realm. He said as he walked. Lin Ling didn't say anything, but looked at the god of killers indifferently. The god of killers suddenly smiled. I know why you are here. Because you guessed that I was seriously injured, so you want to seize the opportunity to kill me. However, you are still too naive. Some things aren't as simple as they seem on the surface. Moreover, you caused me to lose one of my arms. Some grievances should be settled. His speed was getting faster and faster. He had personally witnessed Lin Ling's previous massacre, so he knew that he had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Although he didn't want to admit it, he already knew that Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated. Rumble. Wherever the god of killers passed, the earth trembled, and endless dust rose into the sky. A blood-red dagger appeared in his only arm, full of ancient patterns. At this moment, he was holding it, and he pounced on Lin Ling. At this moment, his murderous intent was locked onto Lin Ling. Young master. The sharp murderous intent landed on Du Kening and the rest like a knife, making them subconsciously shout. They wanted to protect Lin Ling and die for Lin Ling, but their speed couldn't catch up with the god of killers. Your dragon demon and evil spirit, although they are powerful, you should know that they can't stop me. As for the six-headed evil spirit, it's not bad. However, I saw it with my own eyes that it was destroyed by the platinum evil spirit. So now, what are you going to use to stop me? What are you going to use to kill me? A cold voice sounded. When it reached everyone's ears, the god of killers had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. A fatal blow, attack. No one could see what kind of attack it was. They only had a strange feeling that it was an art. Killing was a kind of art. Clang. However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling was definitely going to die, at the crucial moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling and easily blocked the attack of the god of killers. What? What? The god of killers exclaimed in shock. Because what he was holding in his hand was actually the assassin's dagger, a treasure of the gods. However, someone actually blocked this fatal blow. What kind of monster was this? In fact, the thing that blocked him was indeed a monster. Because the one that appeared in front of Lin Ling was the tall bodyguard. At the same time, Lin Ling gently removed the platinum evil spirit's large cloak, revealing a ferocious giant. That messy long hair, that strange smile, that hunchbacked body, all of these were very familiar to the god of killers. It was even his nightmare. Because his hand was bitten off by this monster. Platinum evil spirit. After being stunned for a moment, the god of killers let out a scream of horror. Not bad. Unfortunately, you guessed it right. However, there's no reward. Kill him. Kill. Lin Ling stood behind the platinum evil spirit and shouted coldly. How did this happen? How did you control such a terrifying thing? Oh my god, how is this possible? God. Even though the god of killers was very knowledgeable and had a calm temperament, he was still scared out of his wits. His face was filled with horror. In his opinion, such an ancient thing, let alone controlling it, even getting close to it would be dangerous. However, Lin Ling was able to control it and even brought it out. This guy must be a pervert. Eat, eat, eat. Eat. At this moment, the platinum evil spirit didn't care about his shock and pounced over. King Ning was dumbfounded. He knew that the god of killers had used the assassin's dagger, but he didn't manage to kill Lin Ling. He couldn't help but wonder what that bodyguard was. Because from the beginning, he had noticed that bodyguard. However, he thought that was all there was to it. The god of killers has obtained the assassin's shield and assassin's dagger. A mere monster is definitely not a match for the god of killers. Sigh. King Ning comforted himself. Swish. However, the platinum evil spirit made its move. It stretched out one hand and actually hit the god of killers. A mouthful of blood was spat out from the god of killers' mouth. This scene made King Ning's jaw almost drop to the ground. He even thought that he was dreaming, so he kept rubbing his eyes. Because the god of killers was the totem of the Flying Dragon organization. Since joining this organization, King Ning knew that the god of killers was a god. Chapter 3689. Snatch the weapon. Of course, it wasn't just him. Even after Image and the others' eyeballs were about to fall out. However, only Lin Ling and the god of killers, who had been to the Black Gold Castle, knew how terrifying the evil spirit was. It was a powerhouse comparable to the martial god. Avicii Tsukimi Chop. At the critical moment, a blood-red shield appeared in the hands of the god of killers, blocking the remaining power of the platinum evil spirit. A blood-red dagger appeared in his left hand, and he slashed down fiercely. Ancestral power, moreover, it was the power of killing intent. Her level had reached 100%. Clearly, this dagger had increased the ancestral power of the god of killers by a lot. In fact, this dagger could activate the power of a god. However, the god of killers had just gotten this divine weapon and hadn't fully explored it before Lin Ling came for him. That was why he couldn't activate it. Bloody light flowed, and chaotic energy erupted. The distant sea was split into two, and even the void was cut open. Looking at the platinum evil spirit again, it had been split into two. All right. Ning Wang immediately clapped his hands excitedly. Although the monster was ferocious, it was only good for looking but useless. However, the god of killers wasn't excited at all. His face was still solemn. And in front of everyone's eyes, the white liquid quickly fused together, once again transforming into a platinum evil spirit. As expected. Seeing this, the god of assassins couldn't help but curse. He knew that this thing was the most difficult to deal with. Fuck. To King Ning, this scene was no different from a miracle. Because, after being killed by the assassin's dagger, he could still revive. His way of thinking and understanding had been overturned. The invincible god of assassins in his heart did not seem to be invincible at this moment. Eat, eat, eat. The platinum malevolent spirit pounced on the god of killers again, causing the god of killers to be in a sorry state. If it weren't for the fact that he had an assassin's weapon in his hand, he would have been eaten long ago. Lin Ling was not surprised that the god of assassins was difficult to deal with. He saw that the 220-kill assassins had also been dealt with, so he shouted, "Dragon demons, all of you come back. Black gold demon, go and kill him." Swoosh. Two rays of black light flashed and arrived in front of the god of killers, causing the god of killers to feel even more pressure. Lin Ling, you're shameless. The god of killers also roared at Lin Ling, I'm shameless. Last time in the Platinum Palace, you were so powerful, but didn't you wait until I was at my weakest before making a move? At that time, why didn't you call yourself shameless? Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. His words made the god of assassins gnash his teeth. Lin Ling, this was an eye for an eye. However, since you said I'm shameless, then I'll be shameless to the end. Following that, Lin Ling let out a low growl. He was finally ready to make his move. The great world god devil body appeared, and the world essence in his 6 dantians surged. The power was so strong that it even cracked the ground. However, this was not the end. All of the demon jellyfish returned and fused into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's cultivation increased by another notch. Boom! A terrifying ferocious aura soared into the sky, and an ancient chaos beast appeared in the sky. Roar! The Buddha's light shone brightly. Next, a heavenly dragon circled the sky and then swam into the ground. Roar! The wind dragon swept across, and the ground was flattened. When all of these powers fused together, smoke filled the air, and a terrifying monster appeared. This person was completely black and had dragon claws. Behind him, there were many tentacles. The visual impact was extremely strong. Bang! With a stomp on the ground finally cracked, and a beam of light shot towards the god of killers. The god of killers' eyes narrowed. This was Lin Ling. He had a feeling that unless one had a 7th-grade ultimate desolate body, even a half-step martial god would not be Lin Ling's match. Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. How regretful. Back then, he should have killed Lin Ling, and not snatched the assassin's weapon. Now that he had let the tiger return to the mountain, there would be no end to his troubles. God of killers, it's all thanks to you that I managed to break through successfully. Should I thank you or kill you? A hoarse voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The dark clouds in the sky were also shaken away. It was overbearing and magnificent. Bang! Lin Ling punched out, and it landed on the assassin's shield in the god of killers' hands. Immediately, cracks appeared in the void. However, the god of killers barely managed to block it. This shield was indeed extraordinary. Bang! However, the two black gold evil spirits also attacked. This time, the god of killers began to retreat, but at this moment, the white gold evil spirits also arrived. Boom! The assassin's shield almost flew out of the god of killers' hands. His heart was constantly thumping. Damn it, it was a tag team battle. He was even more regretful now. If he had known, he would not have attacked Lin Ling. If he had attacked and failed to kill Lin Ling, he would have received a storm-like revenge from Lin Ling. Moreover, he should have learned from Fu Xing manner and compromised and surrendered to Lin Ling. Although he would have lost face, at least he could have survived. Unfortunately, he did not take Lin Ling seriously back then, which resulted in the current tragedy. It was useless to regret. Let's see how long you can block it. Two swords appeared in Lin Ling's hands. His six dantian merged and the two swords slashed out. Caw caw caw. The assassin's shield shook and was about to fly out of the god of killers' hands again. However, the three evil spirits arrived at the same time and attacked one after another. Little Kunlun. Lin Ling also shouted in a low voice. From his arms, countless vines rushed out and entangled the god of killers. The attacks of the three evil spirits landed on the shield, but they were still blocked by the shield. However, the shield also flew out of the god of killers' hands. When he wanted to snatch it back, he was bound by countless vines. Broken sword, this shield is yours. Lin Ling immediately grabbed the shield and passed it to his bodyguard. Thank you, young master. Under the ground, Broken Sword received it excitedly. My assassin's weapon. The god of killers used his dagger to cut the vines and wanted to snatch the shield back. Unfortunately, he was too late. At this moment, he cried out in pain. This shield was exchanged with one of his arms. He had not even touched it yet, but it was snatched away by Lin Ling. Really a guy who values money more than his life. Without the assassin's shield, let's see how you block it. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a crazy killing intent. God steps. Cardinal Great Brahma punishment. Heaven and earth immediately turned violent. A force that did not belong to this void erupted. It was as if two different worlds had trapped the god of killers. Compared to before, this world was even more terrifying. Over there, one could see flowers and grass, mountains and rivers. It had its own rules of the universe. Those rules, if one wanted wind, there would be wind, if one wanted rain, there would be rain. If one wanted the god of killers to be powerless, then the god of killers would be powerless. This was because Lin Ling's soul power had reached level 20,000. Kill him. Lin Ling knew that the steps of wisdom had a time limit. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the time it could use. However, to the god of killers, it was enough. The three evil spirits rushed over and tore at him. No, don't. Chapter 3690. The wind was howling. On the other hand, the platinum evil spirit bit off his arm and ate it as if it was a spicy strip. The assassin's dagger also fell from the sky. Lin Ling caught it and threw it to Do Afterimage. Old Do, this dagger is yours. Thank you, young master. Do Afterimage also knelt down emotionally. Lin Ling knew that this was a weapon only used by assassins. It was useless against Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling already had two divine swords, so he gave the divine weapon to his guard. Ah! The god of assassins' painful cries could be heard from heaven and earth. There were also sounds of bones and flesh being torn apart. Plop! This horrifying scene scared King Ning so much that he fell to the ground and couldn't say a word. The god of assassin, the god of flying dragon organization, the invincible leader of one of the oldest forces in Jojo. He could make people tremble in fear at the mention of his name. But now, he was defeated by Lin Ling. Lin Ling had once again created a great glory. All right. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. He walked forward step by step and finally stood in front of the god of assassin, looking down at him. The god of assassin had been eaten until only his head and chest were left. He was looking at Lin Ling in fear. His ending was similar to Duan Feihong's. God of assassin, do you have anything to say? Lin Ling said calmly. If it was one-on-one, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. You relied on these evil spirits. Yes. The god of assassin said with difficulty. His eyes were still filled with unwillingness. He hated. He regretted. He hated that he had just obtained the assassin's weapon. If he was given more time, his strength would definitely increase greatly. However, Lin Ling came and didn't give him any time to catch his breath. He regretted that he should have killed Lin Ling long ago. So, you are very unwilling and you hate me. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's right. Yes. The god of killers directly admitted it. Then you can continue to be unreconciled, continue to hate. Killing a person who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken gives me no sense of accomplishment. Instead, killing someone who hates me gives me a sense of satisfaction. Lin Ling laughed loudly, turned around, and left. You! The god of killers was so angry that his face twisted. You are an evil ghost. Shut up. Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, God of assassins, how many people have you killed in your life? How many people have your flying dragon organization killed? Are you qualified to say this? I've actually saved countless lives by killing you. If I'm an evil spirit because of this, then I'd rather be an evil spirit. With that, Lin Ling continued forward. At the same time, the three evil spirits rushed over again and began to devour like hyenas. On the other hand, Lin Ling walked towards King Ning at a moderate pace with a gentle smile on his face. But this smile, in King Ning's eyes, was a smile of supremacy. He immediately trembled and did not dare to look at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still walked forward. His pace was not fast, but in King Ning's ears, it was as if he was stepping on his heart, collapsing his martial arts heart. Wait, I'm Earring's father. I've heard about you from Earring. At the critical moment, King Ning suddenly kowtowed and kept shouting. Earring. Lin Ling frowned slightly and suddenly remembered that the person in the same class as him in Snow Wind Academy was a girl who had a good relationship with Fairy Axayan Yen and Chu Yu. Sad guy, you seem to have a noble status, but in the end, your life was saved by your own daughter. Forget it, seeing that I'm in the same class as Earring, I'll spare your life. However, you have to destroy your own cultivation, how about it? Lin Ling said indifferently. Sure. King Ning was straightforward. He used his boundary essence to attack his Dantian, messing up his Dantian. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Go. Lin Ling did as he said. Then, he left with Doing and the others. Looking at Lin Ling's back, King Ning sat on the ground powerlessly, feeling as if he had just survived a disaster. His eyes were also very serious. Lin Ling, the son of the devil, was terrifying. With his own strength, he actually uprooted the Flying Dragon organization. Even the god of assassins was eaten until not even his bones were left. He was very clear that after today, if the news spread out, there would be huge waves in the 9 prefectures. However, this had nothing to do with him, because he had also left the Flying Dragon organization. And the fact was indeed so. After the second day, the news of the Flying Dragon organization being uprooted completely shocked the 9 prefectures. What? The Flying Dragon organization was also destroyed? That's too terrifying. That's an assassin organization. Who can kill an assassin? This news is true. Currently, all the experts above the 17 assassins of the Flying Dragon organization are dead. It's said that the god of assassins is also dead. Moreover, there's news from Qizhan. It seems that the son of the devil, Lin Ling, did it. Are you kidding? How could the son of the devil, Lin Ling, have such strength? Could it be that someone in the world came out to help him in the end? That must be it. Although the son of the devil, Lin Ling, is powerful, his personal strength is not at the level where he can fight against the Flying Dragon organization. The news snowballed and spread throughout the entire 9 prefectures. In Qing Prefecture, the third princess, Grandma Wendao, and the others all smiled proudly when they heard the news. Ling has finally made a move. Patriarch Taiyan and the others were also extremely excited. Although they hadn't seen Lin Ling for a long time, news of Lin Ling spread from time to time in the 9 prefectures, letting them know that Lin Ling was currently doing very well. Moreover, even the weakest Qing prefecture had received the news, not to mention the other divine prefectures. Master, you're too powerful. Who would have thought that Lin Ling, who came from Qing prefecture in the past, could easily destroy a giant in the 9 prefectures today? The third princess was undoubtedly the most excited. The more famous Lin Ling was, the less people in Qing prefecture dared to provoke him. That's right. The others also sighed because there was also a Flying Dragon organization in Qing prefecture. Everyone knew that this was an existence that could not be provoked. However, their master, Lin Ling, directly uprooted them without saying a word. How domineering! How straightforward was that? The same news also spread to the Fu Hang Manor and the Godly Escort Mansion. In the past, all the experts in the Godly Escort Mansion were killed by Lin Ling. Now, their strength had been greatly reduced and they could only take on some small escorts. Many people were dissatisfied with this and thought that the Godly Escort Mansion should have gathered experts from all over to take revenge on Lin Ling. But now, they wouldn't dare to do it even if they were given 100 guts. They were even glad that they had made the choice back then. As for the Fu Hang Manor, they weren't any better. They were even more glad than the Godly Escort Mansion. The money they had spent back then was worth it. The sound of the wind gradually spread to the new heavenly court. In an ancient hall, a large number of experts sat there, looking at a man who looked gentle and refined. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed and no one knew what he was thinking. This person was one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures, martial god Wendian. The Flying Dragon organization was destroyed. Chapter 3691. Return to Blizzard City. Rumor has it that it's Lin Ling. Someone said respectfully to Wendian martial god. Lin Ling, you've reached such heights. That's impossible. Wendian martial god shook his head. He wasn't sure, but his eyes were filled with curiosity and murderous intent. Lin Ling, just who is he? Back then, a god appeared and saved him, yet Lin Ling has an unbreakable hatred for our new celestial court. His origin is not simple. In the ethereal tower, he defeated Duan Wuhan and became the absolute number 1. According to our investigation, he seems to have several great talents. This means that he has a lot of dantian. Could he be that person's successor? Is Li Xiaoyao your successor? Wendian martial god muttered to himself. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had a powerful background in the final world and seemed to be very close to the thunder god. On top of that, there was an unknown god. Wendian martial god did not dare to investigate even though he was suspicious. Whether or not it was Lin Ling, our heavenly court was too slow. By the time we received the news, the Flying Dragon organization had been destroyed for a day. You guys are too useless. Wendian martial god said angrily. If the heavenly court had received the news earlier, the Flying Dragon organization would not have been destroyed. After all, they had a good relationship with the Flying Dragon organization. To put it bluntly, the Flying Dragon organization was also a dog of the Heavenly Court. Now that this dog had been killed, the Heavenly Court would definitely be in a bad mood. Seeing Wendy and Martial God's anger, everyone lowered their heads. No matter what kind of dog the Flying Dragon organization is, even if it's a crippled dog, it's still not something that others can touch. Go and find out who destroyed the Flying Dragon organization, Wendy and Martial God said. Before he could confirm it, he still wouldn't believe it was Lin Ling. All kinds of rumors spread as if a new era had opened in the 9 continents. Unfortunately, these rumors had nothing to do with Lin Ling. At this moment, he had returned to the final world and returned to his courtyard. Upon seeing his return, Yu, the old lady, and the city lord were overjoyed. Xiaoyu circled around Lin Ling as if she was afraid that Lin Ling would return with a broken arm or leg. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. This little brat was about to make him dizzy. As for what happened in the Black Gold Castle, Lin Ling didn't explain in detail. He only gave a rough explanation. Then, after some discussion, everyone stared at the tall bodyguard behind Lin Ling. What is this? Sang Chiri asked curiously. City Lord Sang, this thing isn't anything good. It's best not to provoke it. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. According to his estimation, the golden white evil spirit was stronger than Sang Chiri. Lin Ling, I'm the city lord. There's nothing in this world that I'm afraid of. Sang Chiri smiled casually. He walked forward and lowered his head to look along the brim of his hat. Sang Chiri saw a pale, smiling face staring back at him, drooling. Fuck. Sang Chiri immediately jumped back like a rabbit. He was scared out of his wits. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed. This was especially true for Doing and the others. It was just that they didn't dare to laugh too loudly. Of course, they had seen the appearance of evil spirits with their own eyes, so they knew that if City Lord Sang went to see evil spirits so casually, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. Only the old lady remained calm, but she also stared at the tall bodyguard. What is this little brat? Next, Sang Chiri looked at Lin Ling's side. There was a ferocious evil spirit floating there. However, it was too small, so it looked quite cute. I picked it up. But City Lord Sang, don't provoke it. It's not simple. Lin Ling said with a smile. In fact, he felt that the giant ghost was more terrifying than the platinum evil spirit. Without the help of the giant ghost, Lin Ling would have died in the ancient coffin. Moreover, Lin Ling saw a giant corpse in the ancient coffin. It looked exactly like the evil spirit, which made Lin Ling more curious about the giant ghost. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Sang Chiri didn't want to provoke the giant ghost. After all, he had been scared by the platinum evil spirit because of his carelessness. Lin Ling, you must have broken through. The old lady suddenly said. After the ancestors' tribulation and the underworld passage, Lin Ling's body had become the celestial demon body of the macro world. As long as Lin Ling didn't show his strength, no one could see through his cultivation. Therefore, the old lady was not sure. Yes, I have reached LV2 Martial Ancestor Realm, and my realm has stabilized. You're breaking through too quickly. City Lord Sang was astounded hearing this, while the old lady nodded her head in satisfaction. Lin Ling continued, furthermore, I've completed the tasks assigned by the school. Once I return and inform the dean, I believe I'll be ranked first in the 3rd hall of the Snow Wind Institute. That's great. Now that you've completed the task, you've completed half of the 2nd trial. The old lady was overjoyed. She was even happier than Lin Ling. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was a little depressed. It seemed that the 10 trials of God missions were not simple. After all, it was only the 2nd mission, but it took so much time. Who knew how long it would take to complete the 10 missions? However, Lin Ling soon felt relieved. This was because this was a trial taker's mission. If it was simple, then this final world would be filled with trial takers. Alright, you've just overcome the tribulation. Have a good rest at home. The old lady did not disturb Lin Ling and left the residence with the city lord. Old Do and the savage sword immediately went to search for the assassin weapon. As for Xiao Yu, Lin Ling let the sky-devouring beast out. The two cute girls held hands and went to play. As for the giant ghost and the demon ghost, Lin Ling had left them outside the residence. The demon ghost was fine as it had low intelligence, thus it was able to have fun alone. As for the giant ghost, it floated silently in the air. No one knew what it was thinking. Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to it. He knew that it didn't care about anything other than its identity. On the other hand, when Lin Ling entered the room, the giant ghost wore a ferocious look. This guy is the only one who has the chance to reach the final floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. I hope that by following him, I'll be able to discover my identity. In the room, Lin Ling lay on the bed and relaxed his body. Thinking back to the trip to the Black Gold Castle, Lin Ling felt as if he had survived a calamity. Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu pestered Lin Ling and asked about everything that had happened after entering the ancient coffin. Lin Ling also gave a rough explanation. It's actually the path to the underworld. This time, Brother Ling was able to overcome the tribulation because of the giant ghost's help. However, that giant ghost looked at everyone with a ferocious look. It made me a little unhappy. No, I think it's quite cute. Chapter 3692. Restraint. Lin Ling rested for a moment and said indifferently, I have reached the martial ancestor realm, I can go and bring senior sister Yu back. Yes. After saying that, Yu Yu and the others immediately stopped talking and nodded excitedly. They also missed Yu very much. Lin Ling confidently clenched his fist and looked outside through the window. A burning flame burned in his eyes. His wife, no matter who took her away, even if it was a god, he would personally take her back. And that day was not far away. Next, Lin Ling looked at his 2 beautiful wives with a smirk. Brother Ling, what do you want to do? Yes. Yu Yu and the others quietly took a step back. What do you think? Yes. However, Lin Ling was like a hungry wolf pouncing on little white rabbits as he carried his 2 beautiful wives onto the bed. The night passed just like that. The next day, Lin Ling's spirit trembled as he headed towards the Snow Wind Academy. Right now, he had to complete the task and become the number 1 in the Shinsan Hall. However, with his current strength, becoming the strongest student in the Snow Wind Academy didn't seem to be difficult. Early in the morning, the sun was charming. Lin Ling walked along the street and looked at the bustling Snow Wind city. He sighed in his heart. The final world and the 9 prefectures were after all 2 different worlds. The experts here were obviously much more powerful. Any expert here in the 9 prefectures would be in existence that could turn the clouds and rain with a flip of the hand. Of course, the difference between the 2 worlds was great, but not everyone could enter the final world. A moment later, Lin Ling arrived at the Snow Wind Academy. To his surprise, the number of people at the entrance of the Snow Wind Academy was much less than usual. Senior brother Lin Ling. Yes. But soon, someone saw Lin Ling and immediately bowed excitedly. Lin Ling is back. Yes. Furthermore, as more and more people saw Lin Ling, their faces were immediately filled with shock and awe. However, Lin Ling could see that they weren't as surprised as usual. This made him suspicious. After all, he, Lin Ling, had challenged the 10 great academies in the Black Gold Castle. This matter should have spread like wildfire. Lin Ling, you're back. Haha, that's great. At this moment, a voice of pleasant surprise came from the distance. Lin Ling turned around and saw a few familiar faces. It was Tian Ao and the others. However, Tianao and the others had obviously been paying attention to Lin Ling's news. They had also heard from Yu that Lin Ling had returned alive, so they were pleasantly surprised at this moment. "Brat, you're awesome. You actually came back alive after falling into the ancient coffin. You're fierce." The two of them ran over excitedly. Tian Ao even punched Lin Ling's chest. After the incident in the Black Gold Castle, they had also regarded Lin Ling as their own brother, a brother from the bottom of their hearts. "I was just lucky." "Yes." Lin Ling smiled. He could also sense the excitement of Tianao and the others. "Oh right, what happened in the Black Gold Castle?" "Yes." Then, Lin Ling walked into the academy side by side with them. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Tianao immediately looked around and said softly, "Regarding this matter, we all tacitly agreed not to talk about it. After all, we were training in the Blackstone Empire. Suddenly, we went to the Black Gold Castle, which violated the rules of the academy." "Yes. That's why they didn't talk about it. After all, those who could come out alive had obtained treasures. They were afraid that the academy would ask them for those treasures." "Yes." Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. "So, the other academies don't know what I did in the Black Gold Castle?" "Yes." Tianao and the others immediately nodded. Lin Ling shrugged. In fact, he was not afraid that the other academies would know about this matter. After all, the Black Gold Castle was not the final world. Killing people was not a crime. Moreover, most of the time, people provoked him first. Lin Ling could not take a beating and not fight back. Of course, it would be better if no one knew about it. It would save him some trouble. "Lin Ling, are they waiting for you?" "Yes." At this moment, Tianao's sharp eyes saw a woman standing in the shadow of a forest in front of him. She was wearing a grateful smile on her face. From afar, a pair of earrings on the woman's ears were very attractive. "They are earrings." "Yes." "Lin Ling, we will wait for you in the classroom. You haven't seen Miss Xiluan for a long time. Go and see her." "Yes." Tianao and the others smiled and left tacitly. They had a feeling that the earrings were looking for Lin Ling. "Okay." "Yes." Lin Ling nodded and then walked toward the earrings. Earrings was an assassin of the Flying Dragon organization and Prince Ning's father. Because of this, Lin Ling spared Prince Ning's life. This time, the earrings appeared here for Prince Ning's father. When the earrings saw Lin Ling walking toward her, her eyes were filled with awe. She naturally knew about the Black Gold Castle incident. She did not expect Kagura to die in the hands of Lin Ling. One must know that Kagura was more powerful than her earrings. Of course, this was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling actually uprooted the Flying Dragon organization. Even the god of assassins was killed by Lin Ling. Her father also told her that if Lin Ling did not give her face, her father would have been killed by Lin Ling. Now, she could not help but rejoice. After all, she did not have any friendship with Lin Ling. They were only students in the same class. However, Lin Ling gave her face. "Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you." The earrings bowed to Lin Ling. "It's just a small matter." "Thank you." Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. However, the earrings did not dare to say anything. She looked at Lin Ling with extreme fear. Lin Ling could not help but smile bitterly. "Don't be so restrained. Just be like before." "Okay. Okay. Okay." The earrings forced a smile, but she was still restrained. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He knew that he could not change the earring's mind. Then, he walked toward the class. Speaking of which, ever since he entered Xiluan's class, he rarely appeared in the class. This made Lin Ling feel that he owed her something. Lin Ling, are you going back to the class? I'll lead the way. Yes. Seeing Lin Ling walking forward, the earrings immediately led the way, as if she was Lin Ling's female bodyguard. Lin Ling was even more speechless. The two of them walked toward the class, one in front and one behind. However, before they got close, they heard a commotion. Feng Bo is here. I heard that he is here to compare notes with Zhuang Yanming. That guy must be doing it on purpose. Yes, he is here on behalf of the Flicker Academy. He is also an expert of the third hole. If he wants to compare notes with Zhuang Yanming, isn't that bullying? I think Zhuang Yanming will definitely not accept the challenge. That's right. This is the Snow Wind Academy. If Zhuang Yanming does not accept the challenge, I want to see what Feng Bo can do. A large number of people had gathered in front of them. They were all students of the Snow Wind Academy. Some were from Lin Ling's class, and some were experts from other classes. Flicker Academy. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly flashed. Chapter 3693. Flicker Academy. This happened during one of the Divine One Hall's training sessions. However, Lin Ling did not participate in that training session because Lin Ling was already the number one in the Divine Two Hall at that time. I heard that Zhuang Yanming's girlfriend, Zhang Bei, was killed by Feng Bo. At that time, we entered a secret realm with the Flicker Academy and encountered an extremely powerful nine-headed divine snake. Feng Bo abandoned Zhang Bei in order to survive. There are even rumors that Feng Bo pulled Zhang Bei, causing the nine-headed divine snake to catch up with Zhang Bei. Feng Bo then used this opportunity to escape. However, these are just rumors. After that, Zhuang Yanming found out. He went around slandering Feng Bo and finally caused hatred between the two of them. Unfortunately, Zhuang Yanming did not have any evidence, so he could only rely on slandering. Lin Ling nodded with sudden understanding when he heard this, and then he said, based on what you said, Feng Bo was once an expert of the first God Hall, yet he's entered the third God Hall now. Then his strength is probably not weak. Feng Bo was obviously the same as Lin Ling. They were both warriors who skipped grades in the academy. Zhuang Yanming also knew this, but every time he saw Feng Bo, he would provoke him even more. This caused Feng Bo to be unable to bear it any longer. This time, he deliberately came to find him. Earring immediately nodded and said. As they spoke, Zhuang Yanming walked out from the crowd. Compared to the past, Zhuang Yanming had a sense of vicissitudes and maturity. Obviously, after experiencing Zhang Bei, he was no longer as immature as before. In Lin Ling's impression, although Zhuang Yanming was talented, he was arrogant and did not have a calm temperament. It could be seen that going through the transformation and baptism of one's state of mind was the fastest way to change a person's character. Haha, Zhuang Yanming, you're finally here. I thought you didn't dare to come. Feng Bo said. As for Feng Bo, he was thin and had sharp teeth. He was as tall as a bamboo pole and held a sharp and slender sword in his hand. The sword was motionless, but it danced in the wind. It was obviously a good divine weapon. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Feng Bo said. Zhuang Mingzhou looked at his opponent coldly. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It's good that you dare to come. Although I'm a master of the third hall, I'm actually the same as you, Zhuang Yanming. I'm also a martial artist of the first hall. So, I'm not bullying you. Feng Bo said proudly. After all, he was from the Flicker Academy and did not dare to do as he pleased here. Therefore, he had used words to shut the other party's mouth from the start. Many people immediately clenched their fists in anger. Feng Bo was shameless. Although he used to be a warrior of the first Divine Hall, he was now a master of the third Divine Hall. Zhuang Yanming was no match for him. Of course, although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. After all, Feng Bo had indeed entered the academy at the same time as them. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Solemn knew that his opponent was stronger, but he was not afraid at all. A sword also appeared in his hand. His talents erupted at the same time. A third-grade ultimate desolate body and half-dragon god bloodline. As for Feng Bo, he sneered. His talent had finally been revealed. A fifth-grade ultimate desolate body. Wind and fire golden core. A fiery red giant core appeared and began to spin. This talent was extremely powerful. Not only could it be used as an elixir to treat many serious injuries, it could also allow his boundary essence to recover faster than ordinary people. The difference was more than 10 times. If this person appeared in the Black Gold Castle, he could be proud with this advantage. Unfortunately, in Lin Ling's eyes, this person's strength was ultimately a little weak. Relying on the recovery speed of his boundary essence was clearly useless. However, what surprised Lin Ling was the sword. The sword in Feng Bo's hand was a 5th-grade divine weapon. It had increased the ancestral power by 40%. In addition to Feng Bo's own ancestral power, in total, Feng Bo had 70% ancestral power. I never expected that sword to be the same as my tyrannical song sword. It has powerful ancestral power. It seems like this is Feng Bo's confidence. However, other than the ancestral power, the other areas of the sword are very weak. Furthermore, the ancestral power is not pure and cannot be compared to the tyrannical song sword. It should be an ancient master who injected all his ancestral power into the sword before he died, forcefully causing it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. While Lin Ling was thinking, the two had already collided. However, from the beginning, Zhuang Yanming was in a disadvantageous position. He was surrounded by danger and looked extremely miserable. On the other hand, Feng Bo was elegant, with one hand behind his back and the other holding the sword. Zhuang Yanming, you and I are experts from the same generation. Today, you are actually in such a sorry state. Sigh, you have disappointed me. If I were you, I would never practice martial arts in this life. Also, if Xiang Bei was still alive, she would probably leave you too. However, your Wind Snow Academy is about the same. That's why you have always been ranked behind the Flickering Academy. Only that time at the Ethereal Tower was slightly more powerful. If you are not convinced, come and fight. The more Feng Bo spoke, the prouder he became. The Wind Snow Academy and the Flickering Academy were usually very friendly. However, when the students fought with each other, such things were inevitable. Today, he had one great glory for the Flickering Academy. When he returned, his teacher would definitely reward him. Nonsense. The surrounding people could not bear it anymore. This Feng Bo was too arrogant. It seems that you all are not convinced. Fine, later on, any expert from the Divine First Hall can fight with me. Of course, the Divine Second Hall can also do so. As for the experts from the Divine Third Hall, they would be embarrassed to fight with me. After all, although I am an expert from the Divine Third Hall, I am still a student from the Divine First Hall. Feng Bo swung his sword and said proudly. Shameless. Obviously, he had already become a member of the Divine Third Hall, but he made it sound grand and dignified. Moreover, he did not dare to fight with the experts from the Divine Third Hall of the Wind Snow Academy. To put it bluntly, this was bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Celestial Dragon. But at this moment, a sword suddenly slashed. Zhuang Yanming, who had been in a disadvantageous position, suddenly burst out with super strength and slashed down with his sword. This sword was too fierce and too fast. The void was torn apart, and it was like a dragon roaring. Feng Bo could not react in time. His expression changed instantly. He anxiously activated all of his ancestral power and barely blocked the sword. He was furious. Damn it, Zhuang Yanming, this trash, actually wanted to kill him. Killing intent quietly appeared in his eyes. At present, Zhang Bei was dead, but Zhuang Yanming was the only one who wanted to avenge her. Therefore, if Zhuang Yanming did not die, this matter would never be settled. However, this was the Wind Snow Academy. If he killed Zhuang Yanming, Qi Fengbo would not be able to bear the consequences. Accidents are inevitable in a martial arts competition. However, the killing intent in his heart finally exceeded his rationality. The sword in Fengbo's hand quietly bloomed with killing intent. Because he thought that even if he killed Zhuang Yanming, it could be said that it was an accident. At most, he would be punished a little. Chapter 3694. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales 60% of the ancestral force had been unsealed. Swoosh. A sword pierced out at high speed. Powerful ancestral power was concealed within it. Fengbo's talent allowed him to recover his boundary energy quickly. Thus, he was still in his peak condition. Thus, this was his peak attack. Unfortunately, he had hidden it too well. No one had noticed it, including Mist Siluan. Of course, there was one person who had been through hundreds of battles who had easily noticed it. It was Lin Ling. At the crucial moment, Lin Ling attacked. The tyrannical song was like a wild dragon emerging from the sea. It went past the crowd and slashed at Fengbo's sword. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. Fengbo's killing intent was cut off. The powerful force forced him to take 3 steps back. This time, the crowd was shocked. Lin Ling, Mist Siluan and the others were surprised when they saw the newcomer. They were overjoyed. Of course, Zhuang Yanming's eyes narrowed. Only he knew that Fengbo's previous attack was filled with killing intent. He had thought that he would not be able to block it, but to his surprise, Lin Ling had attacked. Who are you? Why did you interrupt our battle? Mind your own business. Don't you know that interrupting a battle between cultivators is against the rules? The boundary energy in Fengbo's body surged and blocked the impact of the attack. He then looked at Lin Ling and shouted furiously. Lin Ling looked at him calmly and said with a smile, "He has already lost. Why do you have to be so aggressive? It's useless to continue the battle. Of course, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you." After saying this, Lin Ling released his boundary energy at an appropriate time. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the rolling energy waves, especially Mist Siluan. She was stunned at first, then her body trembled. Lin Ling had finally broken through. Before Lin Ling had gone to the Blackstone Empire, he had only been in the martial sage realm. However, in less than a year, he had broken through again. Furthermore, she could clearly sense that Lin Ling had reached the second-level martial progenitor realm. Furthermore, Lin Ling was already invincible in the martial sage realm. What about the martial progenitor realm? Thinking of this, Siluan immediately felt a sense of pride. In the future, if Lin Ling's name shook the 36 academies, there would definitely be people who would want to know who Lin Ling's teacher was. At that time, teacher Siluan might also become famous because of this. However, compared to everyone's shock, Fengbo was extremely disdainful. The second-layer martial progenitor realm was too weak. You dare to meddle in other people's business with your meager strength? He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling with contempt. Yes, I'm overestimating myself. However, if you dare to fight, then fight. If you don't, then scram. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his words carried a domineering aura. Fengbo was startled. How could a second-level martial progenitor be so arrogant? After all, there were many people in the Divine First Hall who were stronger than him. Fine, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Hee, it's not that I'm looking down on your Flicker Academy, but since you're a guest, then let's be the host. I'll let you make the first move. Since you're so full of yourself, I'll teach you how to behave. Lin Ling's calm words had infuriated Feng Bo. In his opinion, Lin Ling was simply asking for his death. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as he lashed out with his sword, his spiritual force was unleashed like a surging river. For Manifestation's Tao Sword. 18 Meridian's Godly Sword. As soon as he made his move, he unleashed a powerful martial art. His talent did not have any offensive properties. It was only a supportive one, but it was extremely useful. His strength lay in his progenitor force. Rumble. The ground began to tremble as strong gusts swept the place. Meanwhile, Lin Ling held the tyrannical Song sword in his hand as his figure was engulfed in a demonic aura. A headless old man appeared behind him. Demonic sword rank. So this is your talent. Weak. Feng Bo glanced at Qin Nan and let out a disdainful laugh. Qin Nan had increased his progenitor force to 50%. However, Lin Ling appeared to be in a dangerous position, but he remained still like an emperor. He placed one hand behind his back and held the sword in his other hand as he took a step forward. The exchange of swords between the two gradually increased from 200 to 500. Even the earth was being cut into pieces. Everyone frowned. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling should be able to defeat Feng Bo easily. However, the two of them had already exchanged so many moves, but Feng Bo was still undefeated. Feng Bo was furious and continued to exchange swords. He knew that Qin Nan's progenitor force was only at 50%, which was even lower than his. However, Qin Nan did not seem strong, but he was still undefeated. This was equivalent to humiliating him. That was because he was the fastest growing genius in the Flicker Academy. Only Lin Ling himself knew that he had not defeated Feng Bo because he wanted to use his opponent's sword to activate the tyrannical Song sword's progenitor force. Currently, his essence, energy, and spirit had all improved, and he could resist the killing intent and demonic aura for a longer period of time. Therefore, he wanted the tyrannical Song sword's progenitor force to reach 60%. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them fought more and more fiercely. Gradually, they reached 1,000 moves. As for Feng Bo, he became more and more furious, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Ling was even more relaxed. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and began to comprehend the tyrannical Song sword. As for Feng Bo's attacks, he relied on his subconscious to block them. Damn, Lin Ling closed his eyes. Is he playing with Feng Bo? Wow! Awesome! Wow! The surrounding students also felt that something was wrong. Then, they all shouted excitedly. You! Wow! Feng Bo glanced at him and almost vomited blood. He thought that in terms of endurance, this idiot in front of him could not compare to him at all. In the end, he became more and more tired, while Qin Nan simply closed his eyes. However, this was not the end of Feng Bo's fury. Look, Lin Ling's feet have not moved at all. Wow! Heavens, senior brother Lin Ling is indeed toying with Feng Bo. Wow! Feng Bo. Flicker Academy. I think it's just a fart. He can't win even if I give him a handicap. Cheers! The surrounding people cheered. In the distance, a large number of people were slowly walking over. It was the dean and vice dean. They also brought the people from Flicker Academy. At this moment, the dean and the others secretly laughed. They naturally noticed what was happening in the distance and felt extremely carefree in their hearts. The faces of the people from Flicker Academy were ugly. They wanted to speed up to see what was happening, but with the Dean of Snow Wind Academy and the others beside them, they could not put down their faces. In the end, they could only slowly move forward. Looking at Feng Bo again, he was so angry that his face was like an eggplant. Brat, if you have the ability, then fight with me. Cheers. He obviously thought that Lin Ling was playing with him and humiliating him. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyelashes flickered slightly. Sure enough, after his soul force, physical body, and cultivation reached a new level, the murderous aura he had to endure had increased. Last time, when he was comprehending the tyrannical song sword, he was almost killed by the murderous aura. It was Miao Di who saved him. But this time, he did not need to. Boom! The tyrannical song sword in his hand shook and 60% of the ancestral power was released. Chapter 3695. Deliberately causing trouble. Sensing the changes in tyrannical song, Lin Ling could not help but open his eyes and smile. From today onward, this sword could easily utilize 60% of its ancestral force. Feng Bo, you're the one who asked me to attack. Take this, I'm going to attack. Lin Ling said slowly and calmly. Ah! Feng Bo was stunned. Then, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. What did Lin Ling mean by this? Wasn't he trying to humiliate him by reminding him before he attacked? One had to know that even though he couldn't defeat Lin Ling, he knew that Lin Ling was only SOSO after exchanging blows for a period of time. With that kind of strength, he was also unable to defeat him. The two of them should be evenly matched. Lin Ling did not waste any time and slashed out with Tyrant Song. Behind him, the headless old man eerily appeared. His long hair fluttered in the wind, as if he had come from the era of the gods. The sword quickly slashed out, and the sound was deafening. At this moment, Feng Bo also used all of his strength and disdainfully clashed with him. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would face others when Lin Ling couldn't do anything to him. But this time, Lin Ling's sword had changed. It was much longer and larger than before. The murderous aura and demonic aura seemed to have materialized. On the huge sword, the fangs and claws of demons could be vaguely seen. Clang! After the two swords collided, Feng Bo immediately felt his hand tremble. Then, his sword broke. My absolute name is Divine Sword. Feng Bo's eyes widened, and his heart bled. This sword was the foundation for him to enter the third divine hole. He had spent all his wealth to buy it from a powerhouse. For the sake of this sword, the Feng family had used up all their wealth. They had hoped that he could use this sword to become famous in the final world. But in the end, his sword broke before he could even recoup the money he had spent, let alone become famous. However, before he could finish his roar, the gigantic sword was already smashing towards him. Bang! Feng Bo was smashed to the ground and spat out blood. He had been defeated in one strike. And this was the difference. Previously, he had attacked crazily, but Lin Ling had given him a pair of eyes and a pair of legs, but he still couldn't shake Lin Ling. When it was Lin Ling's turn to attack, one strike was enough. However, Lin Ling didn't kill him. It wasn't because he didn't dare, but because Feng Bo had revealed killing intent towards him. With Lin Ling's personality, he wouldn't show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Most importantly, he had left this person to Zhuang Jingming. Therefore, he also looked at Zhuang Yanming. Zhuang Yanming nodded his head excitedly. From Lin Ling's eyes, he understood what he meant. Today, you, Zhuang Yanming, lost. I, Lin Ling, defeated him for you. But next time, you have to defeat him with your own hands. I will personally avenge Bei. Lin Ling, thank you. Zhuang Yanming said to himself. Feng Bo was the person who had killed his girlfriend, and he was the most suitable person to avenge her. You are not an expert from the first divine hole. You are an expert from the third divine hole. Good, your Wind Snow Academy is lying. At this moment, Feng Bo spat out another mouthful of blood on the ground and roared angrily. Lin Ling immediately walked over as if he didn't see Feng Bo. He stepped on Feng Bo's face and rubbed it hard. Who's talking? Don't step on me. My teeth are going to fall out and my spine is going to break. With this step, Feng Bo shouted even louder. His voice was laced with sobs. The people around couldn't help but laugh. They guessed that Lin Ling's step was definitely not weak. In fact, this was because Lin Ling had held back. Otherwise, Feng Bo would have been turned into a meat patty. Hee, it's just a loss. There's no need to step on him. At this moment, the crowd finally parted, and an old man walked out awkwardly. This person was wearing the long robe of the Flicker Academy. He had a highly respected appearance and seemed to be the dean of the Flicker Academy. His face was kind and he smiled bitterly. Obviously, he had also seen what had happened earlier. He was so angry that his beard blew up. However, with his seniority, he couldn't flare up at Lin Ling. However, the people behind him had ugly expressions. These people were very young and were the strongest experts of the third divine hole. Now that they saw their own academy's people being stepped on by Lin Ling, they were instantly furious. However, there were many important people here, so they didn't dare to flare up. This senior is... Lin Ling immediately looked suspiciously at the old man. In fact, he had already guessed it. Lin Ling, he is the dean of the Flicker Academy. The dean of the Wind Snow Academy, the old woman, immediately smiled and said, they came here this time because they were invited by the Yi Garden Academy to participate in the exchange of 8 academies. Among the 8 academies, our academy and the Flicker Academy are the weakest, so they came together. These 5 are the experts of the third divine hall who are participating in the exchange. They are the strongest experts of the Flicker Academy's third divine hall. The old woman pointed to the experts of the Flicker Academy and introduced them. Lin Ling immediately looked over. 4 of them, he didn't care about them at all. They were just people like Ning Buitao. Only one of them had some ability, and his talent was not weak. However, in general, they were not able to enter Lin Ling's eyes. Of course, the Flicker Academy these people were from was similar to the Wind Snow Academy. They were all ranked very low, so naturally, they were not that strong. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that the dean told him this because she wanted him to participate. Lin Ling did not have much interest in this matter. However, he suddenly thought of young Demon Master and the others because they were in the Yi Garden. Before Lin Ling went to the Blackstone Empire, young Demon Master and the others had said that after dealing with the matters in the Yi Garden, they would come to the Wind Snow Academy. However, he still did not see them. This also made Lin Ling somewhat worried. All right. Thinking of this, Lin Ling immediately nodded his head. Seeing this, the dean nodded her head in satisfaction. She was afraid that Lin Ling would refuse. Take a look at our students. At this time, the dean of the Flicker Academy suddenly smiled bitterly and pointed at Lin Ling's feet. Only then did people realize that Lin Ling was still stepping on Feng Bo's face. Pitiful, this guy was almost stomped to death. However, what made people speechless was that Lin Ling was actually playing dumb. Dean Liu, what do you mean by this? Fuck. Dean Liu was so angry that his beard blew up. He felt that Lin Ling was doing it on purpose. However, he still could not vent his anger and could only force a smile. Our students are still being stepped on. Ah. Sorry. Lin Ling reacted and removed his foot. Of course, before releasing it, he ruthlessly rubbed it a few times. Only then did Feng Bo crawl up. Previously, he wanted to resist. However, Lin Ling's foot seemed to be easily stepped on, but it was as heavy as Mount Tai. He could not resist at all. Dean, they bullied our Flicker Academy. They agreed to let the experts of the Divine First Hall and the Divine Second Hall fight. In the end, they let an expert of the Divine Third Hall fight me. This is unfair. The Wind Snow Academy wants to stir up trouble and deliberately cause trouble. After Feng Bo crawled up, he angrily pointed at Lin Ling and said. However, as he spoke, his teeth kept spitting out. They were crushed by Lin Ling. This comical look made the surrounding people unable to hold it in any longer, and they all burst out laughing. Chapter 3696. The strongest expert of Flicker Battle Academy. Someone did not wait for the dean to speak and immediately walked out. I am the Saint Rider of the Five Talisman God. I ask you in the name of God, are you bullying the weak on purpose? That guy was able to defeat Feng Bo, so he is obviously an expert of the Third Hall. If you don't give me an explanation, today, our Flicker Academy will break off relations with Snow Wind Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three also walked out. That's right, if it was a fair battle, we would have nothing to say. But to bully the weak, this is too shameless. If you really want to bully the weak, how about we play with you? Come. These three people's auras were so powerful that the crowd did not dare to laugh. Seeing this, Feng Bo also raised his eyebrows and laughed. However, when he laughed, his toothless appearance still made people unable to restrain their laughter. Seeing these people angry, the Dean of Snow Wind Academy smiled faintly and did not speak. Instead, she looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled calmly. I wonder who this trash is in the Flicker Academy. Trash. These people were so angry that their pupils constricted. This guy, who is only a second-level martial ancestor, is actually so arrogant. I am Feng Bo, the fastest-growing expert in the Flicker Academy. 20 years ago, I was a student of the First Hall, but 20 years later, I jumped to the Third Hall. Feng Bo could no longer hold back and let out a sharp angry shout. However, there was some pride on his face. In 20 years, he had jumped to 2 divine halls. It has to be said that this is a great honor. Then may I ask Sir Feng Bo, do you belong to the Third Hall or the First Hall? Lin Ling asked again. Yes. Feng Bo found it difficult to speak. If he said that he was from the Third Hall, then Lin Ling could not say that he was bullying the weak. He is from the Third Hall in name, but in reality, according to age, he is still from the First Hall. Someone forcefully whitewashed his name. Sorry, I am also from the Third Hall in name, but according to age, I am still from the First Hall. Yes. Lin Ling also spoke. His words caused everyone from the Flicker Academy to narrow their eyes. They thought that Lin Ling was a veteran of the Shinsan Hall. Could it be that, like Feng Bo, he had made an exception and skipped levels? Dean Lu immediately looked at the dean. The headmaster smiled. That's right, he is also the one with the fastest growth rate in our Snow Wind Academy so far. In terms of age, he is actually in the same class as Zhuang Yanming. Silence. The people of Flicker Academy were all silent, as if they were ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. In that case, Lin Ling's humiliation of Feng Bo wasn't considered as bullying. Moreover, they were both monstrous geniuses with the fastest growth rate in the academy. However, Lin Ling was much stronger than Feng Bo. This guy is really a monster. Dean Lu looked at Lin Ling in shock and then couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had brought Feng Bo here today because he wanted to show off in front of the Snow Wind Academy. But from the looks of it, it was just a joke. Moreover, it took him less than 10 years to go from the first Divine Hall to the third Divine Hall. To be specific, it was only 5 years. However, the headmaster said again. Chi. The people of Flicker Academy all sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. The people of Snow Wind Academy quietly puffed out their chests and were extremely proud. This time, they wanted to see if the people of Flicker Academy still dared to look down on them. It had to be said that with Lin Ling as their banner, their Snow Wind Academy had the right to brag when they came in contact with the experts of other academies. 5 years. Feng Bo's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. The others looked at Lin Ling solemnly with flickering eyes. What? You don't believe me? Lin Ling smiled faintly. All right then, come and fight with me. What? The 4 of them opened their mouths at the same time. Although Lin Ling's growth rate was very fast, he shouldn't be a veteran expert of the 3rd divine hole. How could a newcomer be so confident? And, come at me together. However, Lin Ling spoke again. The 4 of them opened their mouths wider and wider. The most important thing is to finish you all within 3 incense sticks of time. Lin Ling said in a relaxed tone, not stopping until he was shocked to death. This, Miss Yun, your Snow Wind Academy isn't joking, right? Dean Lu couldn't help but look at the dean in surprise. 5 people fighting together in 3 incense sticks of time was something that even the strongest of Snow Wind Academy's 3rd divine hall, Kagura, couldn't do. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Kagura was already dead and the one who replaced her was Lin Ling. In fact, the dean was also a little surprised because before Lin Ling went to the Blackstone Empire, although he was strong, he wasn't the strongest of the 3rd divine hall. Could it be that after this mission, his strength had greatly increased? Our Snow Wind Academy isn't joking. Your Flicker Academy, do you dare? The dean suddenly said indifferently. Why wouldn't we dare? But fists and feet have no eyes. If we injure this kid, Snow Wind Academy can't blame us. Among the 5 people, someone frowned and said. After saying that, without waiting for the dean to agree, he had already walked out. Obviously, he was afraid that the dean would go back on his word, so he took the initiative to fight. Everyone else understood what he meant and walked out with cold smiles on their faces. Kid, even if Kagura was here, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Who do you think you are to speak such arrogant words? The first person who walked out had long fiery red hair and looked unruly. But Kagura. Lin Ling shook his head. When he was still in the Sage Realm, he could already kill his opponent, not to mention now that his strength had greatly increased. 36 academies have many divine paladins. Unfortunately, not every divine paladin is very powerful. Lin Ling sighed and said, at least the Flicker Academy isn't that good. Shameless boasting. The people of Flicker Academy couldn't help but be arrogant towards Lin Ling. From the beginning to the end, Lin Ling's words were all condescending. My name is Shui Ruiguang. I'm from the 8 great sects of the Western Kingdom. I've seen many experts, but it's the first time I've seen an expert of boasting like you. Someone couldn't help but laugh, his eyes were full of contempt. Don't report your origin. After all, I'm really not interested in the origin of the weak. However, Lin Ling was still looking down on him with disdain. Attack! Looking at Lin Ling's lazy appearance, those people took a deep breath and finally decided to attack. But at this time, Lin Ling's brows twitched and the illusion god world was activated. Right now, his soul force had greatly increased and the power of the illusion god world was twice as strong as before. Multicolored light appeared, blocking everyone's vision. Even the 2 deans couldn't see through it. Those 5 people directly rushed in, but after entering, they discovered that the world inside had changed. There were mountains, rivers, and seas. Moreover, each person was in a different world. It was as if there were 5 different worlds. What kind of method is this? The 5 experts all sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 3697. Unfalling Mountain. There's no need to guess. With your strength, you won't be able to see through this illusion. But at this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. Anger. The five of them were so angry that their faces were distorted. From the beginning to the end, the other party had been talking to them with a tone of contempt. If you want others to respect you, it still depends on your strength. Take our Snow Wind Academy for example. If we didn't have strength, would you give us respect? So, don't blame others. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not living up to expectations. Lin Ling said again. Then, he made his move and appeared in front of the weakest person. The tyrannical song sword coupled with the power of the godly devil body slashed out. 6 stanchions and 60% of the power of the demon sword ancestor erupted. This was obviously not something that person could block. After all, it was just the Flicker Academy. Even the strongest expert of the Third Divine Hall was not that strong. Rumble. That person resisted with all his strength, but he was sent flying by the sword. Spitting out blood, he smashed out of the illusory god world. At this moment, outside, people were still staring at Lin Ling's illusory god world. Dean Lu smiled faintly and said, "The 5 of us are the strongest experts of the Third Divine Hall of the Flicker Academy. Their experience, strength, and cultivation realm, I don't need to talk about it. But for a newcomer to defeat them, it's a bit wishful thinking. At least in my opinion, let alone the 5 of us, I'm afraid that just one of us won't be enough." Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed out in a sorry state and smashed into the ground with a face full of fear. Lu Jiangnan. Dean Lu's pupils constricted. Defeated so quickly. In the illusory god world, Lin Ling was already attacking the second person. His methods were endless. Chaos Eye. Time and Space Divine Steel. Calamity Destroying Sun Bao. Rumble. The second person was also sent flying. At this moment, Dean Lu was looking at the first person in shock. In the end, the second person flew out. Ah! Dean Lu opened his mouth wide. So fast. Not even an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and the 2 people were defeated. In fact, the surrounding people were also extremely shocked. However, Lin Ling had already attacked the third person without stopping. This time, Lin Ling used his true inheritance, the dark sword. In the fantasy god world, immortal swords moved unhindered. The third person couldn't take it anymore. He actually took the initiative to kneel down and beg for mercy. "Spare me, I admit defeat. Let me leave this place." There were simply too many flying swords in the sky. If he wasn't careful, he might even die here. However, Lin Ling had also kicked him out of the fantasy god world. "I lost." After rushing out, that expert screamed in terror, causing Dean Lu's eyes to tremble fiercely. This was the third person. He frowned and said, "How did you lose?" "There are too many immortal swords. None of my methods are effective against them," that person said incoherently. The expert of the Shinsan Hall, who had once flashed across the academy, was also frightened at this moment. Immortal sword. Dean Lu frowned. Was Lin Ling that strong? Moreover, he seemed to have endless methods. "Don't be afraid. There are 2 more people. They are called Ba Shan and Fu Wenguang. One of them has an outstanding talent of the King Path, and the other is known for his strange abilities. They won't be defeated so easily. Moreover, Lin Ling's cultivation is low, and he can't hold on for long. Therefore, it's possible that he will be the next to lose," Dean Lu said solemnly. However, just as he finished speaking, another person rushed out of the colorful light and then directly sat on the ground. The originally elegant young master looked like a madman at this moment. He was Fu Wenguang. "Ghosts, there are evil ghosts everywhere," that person said with a trembling body. Sitting on the ground, the crotch of his pants was wet, and the smell of urine drifted out. Fu Wingguang, you're too embarrassing. What kind of evil ghost is that? Dean Liu was undoubtedly furious. This was too embarrassing. The strongest experts of their academy were each more embarrassing than the last. I don't know. It looks like a jellyfish, but it can swallow everything. My 6th grade talent is useless against those evil ghosts. That young master muttered to himself. Suddenly, he looked up at Dean Liu and cried, Dean, I want to go home. Get lost. Dean Liu was stunned and scolded angrily. Go home. Could it be any more embarrassing? At this moment, not only was he surprised, but even teacher Cailuan and the rest were surprised. Lin Ling had returned from the Blackstone Empire, as if he was a completely different person. This was because they knew how powerful those who had been defeated previously were. However, they had still lost, and it seemed that their martial Dao heart had been destroyed. If he wanted to do all this, he had to surpass his combat strength by a few times, or even 10 times. Immortal swords and evil ghosts. What kind of techniques did Lin Ling learn? Tianao and Luo Wuchang were also shocked. Even they had never seen such techniques before. At this moment, in the illusionary god world, an ancient mountain sat there motionlessly, unaffected by the surrounding illusions. Mount Beishan. The strongest expert of the Flicker Academy. I'm already a 6th talisman god paladin, ranked 443 on the stairway to heaven on the divine ranking. A deep voice came from the ancient mountain, with strong confidence. This person was much stronger than the previous 4. Even if Kagura was here, she might not be his match. I'm from the mountain country, a prince of the mountain country. My strength is even stronger than Kagura's. I thought that Snow Wind Academy was only a so-so, but when I first saw you, I knew that you were definitely not weak. I never expected that Snow Wind Academy would become so powerful. I have the bloodline of the mountain god, a 7th-ranked ultimate desolate physique. If you can defeat me, then you will be able to enter the 440th place on the heavenly stairway. You have to know that among the 36 academies, none of the 6 bottom-ranked academies have been able to enter the 450th place, and I am the only one who has managed to do so. In addition, you said that you would finish us off in 3 incense sticks time. I estimate that all my junior brothers have lost, but you only have 2 incense sticks time left. The vast mountain continued to speak in human language. And in front, a figure finally appeared. He carried a sword lock and dragged a large sword forward. It was Lin Ling. Number 443. A 7th grade ultimate desolate body. Interesting. I knew that among the 5 of you, only you could catch my eye. Lin Ling tilted his head, his eyes surging with fighting spirit. You are actually not afraid of my mountain god force field. The ancient mountain let out a puzzled sound. The so-called mountain god force field was a powerful aura. It was like a person encountering an endless ancient mountain, making them feel tiny and insignificant. And when a warrior felt tiny, their mentality would change, and their battle strength would be reduced by 10%, or even 20%. I'm sorry, but I have a great world god devil body. This little bit of influence does not affect me much. Lin Ling said with a smile. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, you do not have much time left. You had better use a stronger move. Chapter 3698. The unfalling mountain will fall. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Lin Ling began to transform. He fused his talent, adding the bones of the realm-devouring beast and the heavenly dragon to his body. Boom! Lin Ling did not use his sword. He used his fist. His opponent was a mountain, and it was using its majesty to resist Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to see who was more majestic. Rumble. The punch landed on the mountain, and it shook as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. One had to know that this was an endless ancient mountain that stretched for 800 miles, but the entire mountain was shaking. It was obvious how terrifying Lin Ling's punch was. Impressive. It's not difficult for your punch to destroy a myriad of worlds. However, it's still a little weak. There's only one incense stick of time left. Boom! Ba Shan's heart was pounding. He knew that if there was no time limit, he would not be Lin Ling's match. After all, Lin Ling's previous punch would only take about 2 hours to destroy him. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. Lin Ling did not say much. He fused his Grand Nether Wind Dragon talent. This time, an aura even more terrifying than the unfalling mountain erupted. What? Your talent grade is higher than mine. Boom! Ba Shan was shocked again. Rumble. Another punch came, and the ancient mountain began to crack. Rubble flew everywhere as if it was splitting the heavens and earth. Ba Shan's heart was pounding like thunder. This newcomer Lin Ling from the Blizzard Academy was truly terrifying. Time is getting shorter. There's less than half an incense stick of time left. Boom! Ba Shan roared after the rumbling gradually died down. It's enough. Boom! Lin Ling also roared. The evil spirit tribulation body appeared, and countless evil spirit jellyfish rushed into the sky. They circled around like locusts and gradually swam into Lin Ling's body. An ultimate desolate physique that surpassed the 10th grade came crashing down. Ba Shan found it difficult to breathe. The ancient mountain was also trembling at this moment. His eyes looked towards the sky, and he even raised his head. Because in front of him, it was no longer the tiny Lin Ling, but a giant taller than a mountain. The giant's entire body was pitch black. It had dragon claws in its hands and countless tentacles behind it. It looked strangely beautiful. At the same time, the sole of a foot was lifted up high, as if it was going to settle the world with a single kick. The power of 11,000 realms erupted. 6 dantians fused. Devil's leg. Rumble. The sole of his foot stomped down like a great calamity, sweeping away all the winds and clouds in the illusion god world. Wait, I admit defeat. Ba Shan finally felt the ferocious pressure. This pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, and he was forced to prostrate himself on the ground. Too late. However, Lin Ling shouted coldly. After he stomped his foot down, the divine mountain that stretched for 800 miles was crushed under his foot. Rumble. Even the entire Snow Wind Academy was shaking. Everyone's legs were unstable and they all fell to the ground. The dean's eyes flashed as he stared at the illusion god world in disbelief. Following that, his expression changed greatly. Beside him, Dean Lu's strength was not weak. He could see through the illusion god world, but after a glance, he immediately pulled out more than 10 strands of his beard. This was because the divine mountain in the illusion god world had collapsed. The immortal mountain. Now, it was still going to collapse. And this was because of the time limit. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not need to fuse all his talents. This meant that if he used all his strength, it was possible for him to enter the 430th place on the divine list's stairway to heaven. What kind of talent is this? Dean Lu muttered to himself. Following that, he looked at the dean in disbelief. This guy who looks like an immortal, a devil, a Buddha, and a ghost, who is he in Snow Wind Academy Shinsan Hall? The dean was still in shock, so he did not answer him. And at this moment, the illusion god world finally dispersed. Everyone opened their eyes wide, afraid that they would miss something. And they saw a huge footprint on the ground. In the footprint, a tall and sturdy man was lying there. Beside the footprint, Lin Ling used his hands as a pillow and helplessly walked out. As he walked, he said, "The time is just right. 3 incense sticks of time, defeated the 5 strongest experts of Flicker Academy. Such an ending made all the experts of Snow Wind Academy hold their breaths. He is the #1 expert in Snow Wind Academy Shinsan Hall. At this moment, the dean answered Dean Lu's question. His words carried a strong sense of pride and arrogance. Plop. Dean Lu's heart jumped. He finally understood. Snow Wind Academy Shinsan Hall's #1. He had always thought that it was Kagura, but now it seemed that this guy was even more terrifying than Kagura. Moreover, that guy was the student with the fastest growth rate. Heavens! How could a small Snow Wind Academy keep him? As for the dean, her eyes were constantly flickering, and her body was trembling with excitement. Last time, Lin Ling said that he wanted to become the #1 in Shinsan Hall. At that time, Lin Ling had just broken the record of Tongshan Tower, so the dean thought highly of Lin Ling's potential and agreed to let Lin Ling become the #1. However, she knew that at that time, Lin Ling did not have such qualifications. But now, Lin Ling deserved it. She did not need to be afraid of other people's gossip. Dean, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the dean and smiled. Hee, that's good. The dean smiled faintly and glanced at Dean Lu, his eyes full of pride. Dean Lu smiled bitterly. What a terrifying little guy. Dean Lu, is there a stronger student in your Flicker Academy? Lin Ling looked at Dean Lu and asked. Hearing this, Dean Lu's eyebrows jumped, and an uneasy premonition arose. He smiled bitterly and said, What do you mean by that? Yes. Because I just finished my warm-up. Yes. Lin Ling said honestly. Pfft. Dean Lu almost vomited blood. 3 incense sticks had defeated the 5 strongest people in their academy, and it was just a warm-up. You must be bragging. He obviously did not believe Sumo's words. However, he did not know that Lin Ling had not used his full strength. Of course, if Ba Shan was a half-step martial god, Lin Ling might not be a match for him. Next, the dean greeted the people from Flicker Academy politely. However, the people from Flicker Academy did not dare to be arrogant. They walked with their heads lowered, as if they were children who had done something wrong. As for Feng Bo, he was the most shocked. Because although he was defeated by Lin Ling, he thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him. However, in the end, he realized that the battle between him and Lin Ling was just a cat playing with a mouse. While the people from Flicker Academy were guests at Snow Wind Academy, Lin Ling returned to the courtyard and told the old woman that he had become the #1 in Snow Wind Academy Shinsan Hall. According to the requirements of the mission, he had completed it perfectly and would receive a precious reward. As for the reward, Lin Ling still chose the Dragon Ball. The old woman smiled and agreed. Then, she left to prepare for the next mission. If I get the Dragon Ball, my Dragon God talent will be greatly improved. Yes. Chapter 3699. 8 Trigramsy City. However, Lin Ling also began to worry about Yao Xiao and the others. So the next day, he brought Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu to the academy. This time, Snow Wind Academy also sent out 5 people for the exchange. Lin Ling's side took up 3 spots and the remaining 2 were the veteran experts of Snow Wind Academy. After everyone was gathered, with the dean personally leading the way, everyone headed towards East City. I really envy them, to be able to represent Snow Wind Academy to participate in the exchange. And this time, the dean is personally leading the way. You have to know, to be able to make the dean move, this is something that happened hundreds of years ago. Don't be jealous. You'd better work hard on your cultivation. One day, you will also have this kind of glory. Me? It's probably difficult. After all, to catch up with Lin Ling, I think it's harder than ascending to the heavens. That guy is abnormal. Looking at the departing Lin Ling and the others, many people from Snow Wind Academy were full of envy. Tian Ao, Cailuan and the others also looked at the sky with emotion. Regarding Lin Ling's speed of growth, they could only describe it as speechless. Lin Ling, it's really strange. He's not a divine paladin, nor is he an expert on the heaven stairway, but his strength is unfathomable. I really don't know how he cultivates. His growth is too fast, so the title of divine paladin is useless to him. Because, when he goes for the divine paladin assessment, he will have taken a big step forward. Sigh. What a freak. Sigh. Blue sky and white clouds, the autumn air was refreshing. More than a dozen rainbows flew across the sky, causing the faces of the people below to change slightly. They knew that the people who just flew over their heads were obviously not weak. Although the rules of the final world are stricter, but most of the warriors are more low-key. They know that there is always someone better than them. Those who dare to proudly fly across the sky, this shows that they are extremely confident in their own strength. And those who flew across the sky were Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back, leading Yu Yu and the others forward. Beside him was a fist-sized giant ghost, and behind him was a tall bodyguard. Such a combination was rarely out of the ordinary. What is this? The dean and the others naturally saw the evil spirit behind Lin Ling, so they asked curiously. Bodyguard. Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. The dean was speechless. You're already so strong, yet you still need a bodyguard. However, she did not stop Lin Ling. After all, it was not a big deal. While they were talking, the people from the Glint Academy lowered their heads and remained silent. Ba Shan and the others didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. Clearly, Lin Ling defeating them in the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn had left behind a huge inner demon in their hearts. But there was nothing they could do. Who asked Lin Ling to be so strong? 3 days later, everyone was getting closer and closer to Yi Garden. Everyone, remember, we're about to arrive at the Yi Garden. There are many experts from various academies gathered there. You can be arrogant in your own academies, but you must exercise some restraint here. Dean Lu said to Ba Shan and the others. Ba Shan and the others nodded. They already knew this even without the dean's reminder. Yi Garden was ranked 4th among the 36 academies. There would definitely be more experts there, and it was normal for them to be stronger than them. It could be said that the strongest expert from the Glint Academy might not even be able to enter the top 200 in Yi Garden Shinsan Hall. Moreover, there were experts from other academies gathered here. There would always be someone stronger than you. Of course, Dean Lu said this to his own academy's students. He didn't dare to warn Lin Ling and the others. The dean of the Glint Academy also wanted to warn Lin Ling, but when she thought of Lin Ling's strength, she didn't say anything in the end. This was because she wasn't sure where Lin Ling's limit was. She only had a feeling that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength when he defeated Ba Shan. Yi Garden is located in Yi City. However, Yi Garden is an ancient and huge academy, so it has a high status in Yi City. They are built in a corner of Yi City and are revered by many people. Yi City has an ancient culture and is the place with the most myths. Rumor has it that this is the birthplace of the gods. Of course, no one knows if this is true or not. Overall, Yi City is not simple. The dean explained as he looked into the distance, that is the Yi City area. Lin Ling and the others looked over and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The land in front of them was ancient. Countless buildings were scattered on the ground, as if there were countless secrets hidden in them. Among the countless buildings, there was a huge 8 trigrams carved on the ground. It looked like the head of a group of dragons. This 8 trigrams was huge and majestic. From afar, it looked no different from an 8 trigrams mirror. It was an 8 trigrams mirror left behind by the gods. But if one looked carefully, it was not an 8 trigrams mirror at all, but a huge city. The city was built according to the 8 trigrams pattern. It was as if it had stolen the fortune of heaven and earth, devouring the essence of the sun and moon. It was divided into several districts, Qian, Kun, Zhen, etc., corresponding to each direction of the 8 trigrams. Amazing! Beside Lin Ling, a man exclaimed. His name was Zhong Jin, and he was one of the experts representing Wind Snow Academy. I wonder who built this city. It looks like it 8 trigrams. Of course, Yu and the others were also very surprised. Looking at Ba Shan and the others, their reactions were somewhat calm. This was because they had already been here. Now, when they saw Lin Ling and the other surprise, they immediately showed a sense of superiority. Perhaps they couldn't find anything to be proud of in front of Lin Ling, so they took this knowledge as an advantage. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to them at all. His 10,000 elephant demon eyes quietly appeared. He immediately discovered that countless invisible divine runes were floating in the sky and condensed into a huge 8 trigrams. It corresponded with the 8 trigrams on the ground, 1 yin and 1 yang, 1 positive and 1 negative. This East City was actually a huge divine tool. Lin Ling's face finally changed slightly. Good eyesight. After so many years, you are the first one to discover this strange thing. At this time, Dean Lu saw Lin Ling's appearance and knew that Lin Ling had guessed something. He immediately laughed. Wind Snow Academy's Dean also laughed. Lin Ling, can you see what that is? If I'm not wrong, that should be a divine tool of a middle deity. Moreover, I estimate that it might have reached the level of a middle deity. Lin Ling said word by word. Divine tools were also divided into 2 types. For example, the Legacy Dark Sword and the Divine Tools auctioned. These were also called acquired divine tools. Lin Ling's Tyrannical Song Sword and Devouring Heaven Sword belonged to the category of innate divine tools. The difference was that one was forged by an acquired expert and the other was forged by an innate expert. An innate expert was obviously a deity from the deity's era. Chapter 3700. To the relay station. Chi. Hearing this, the 2 deans sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a monster. How do you know all this? Dean Lu pointed at Lin Ling and said incoherently. Lin Ling chuckled and did not explain anything. This was because he had 2 innate divine weapons with him. Seeing the dean's shock, Ba Shan and the rest narrowed their eyes and their sense of superiority disappeared. It was as if Lin Ling had slapped them in the face. Lin Ling was telling them what insight was. You're right. This city corresponds to the 8 trigrams in the sky. Once it's activated, even the gods will be sealed in the city. At this moment, the dean looked at Lin Ling and praised him. As they talked, they finally landed on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the city appeared even more majestic. A scholarly atmosphere permeated the air. Upon closer inspection, the people who entered and exited the city all appeared to be well-educated and had a scholarly air about them. After entering the city, Lin Ling and the rest found that the city was different from what they had imagined. Everywhere was simple and unadorned. However, people would feel as if they had entered an ancient land of books. However, the cultivators in this city were much stronger than those in Snow Wind City. Garden is in the earthquake zone. We'll go and greet them first. You can rest in the inn first. Tomorrow, you can go to Garden for the exchange. Dean Lu said and then handed a jade token to Ba Shan. The Dean of Snow Wind Academy did the same. Lin Ling immediately took the jade token and looked at it. There were a few golden words written on it, Jade Forest Relay Station. Lin Ling immediately guessed that this was the temporary accommodation arranged by Garden. Remember, the people resting in the inn are not only from our 2 academies. There are also people from other academies. You can't forget the etiquette, understand? Dean Liu did not forget to reprimand them. Understood. Boss Shan and the rest were depressed. Along the way, the dean and the rest had reprimanded them many times, making them feel embarrassed. Looking at the Snow Wind Academy, Lin Ling and the others were never reprimanded. The difference in treatment was too great. Go. Remember, if something really happens, report the name of the Flickering Academy. Soon after, Lin Ling and the others left. The jade tablets in their hands could point them in the right direction, so it wasn't hard to find the inn. As for the dean and the others, they went straight to the garden to interact with the other deans. On the main street, Lin Ling and the others walked behind with great interest, admiring the bustling scene around them. On the other hand, Boss Shan and the others were walking in front. Seeing that Lin Ling and the others were walking slowly, they wanted to urge them to walk faster several times, but they didn't dare. Damn it, is that guy a lord? Forget it, forget it. Who asked him to be so strong? Also, according to Dean Liu, we will follow Lin Ling's lead on this trip. I'm not convinced. He's just a little stronger than us. Why should he be the leader? You know, in the 36 academies, there are many people stronger than him. Yeah, although we don't have a deep relationship with the experts from the other academies, we've seen them before. And at that time, where was Lin Ling? He was still drinking milk. Alright, stop talking. I think you're just jealous. Although Lin Ling does things his own way, he didn't provoke us. Boss Shan and the others walked as they walked, but they were very depressed. Hey, it's Yi Shisha and the others from the Heaven Luo Academy. Suddenly, someone's eyes lit up. They really came quickly. Haha. I even wandered through the Grindstone Mountain with them the last time. Even Boss Shan laughed. In front of the street, there were 5 people wearing black academy robes. When they saw Boss Shan and the others, they all smiled. Heaven Luo Academy was one of the 36 academies, but it was ranked at the bottom. It was better than Snow Wind Academy, so there were only 5 spots for this exchange. For those mid-ranked academies, there were definitely more than 5 students who came for the exchange. In the end, the strongest experts from Flicker Academy were only those 5 people. The other academies had more than that. Boss Shan, you're here too. Are you going to the inn? If so, then it's on the way. Let's go together. After the 5 people came, the man in the lead, Yi Luisha, smiled. Of course. Boss Shan and the others immediately smiled and nodded, chatting as they walked. After talking for a while, Yi Luisha suddenly looked behind and saw Yu Yu and Xian Yuan Goop. His eyes lit up. How rare. There are actually female students, and they're all very beautiful. Yi Luisha suddenly laughed. Don't look. We've been eyeing those 2 beauties for a long time, but they're already taken. One of the people from Flicker Academy said helplessly. Yi Luisha frowned. It can't be such a coincidence. The 2 beauties are already someone else's. Yes, and it's the same person. Do you see that blue-robed youth? They're both his. Boss Shan and the others were also very depressed. That guy is too arrogant. He's hugging 2 beauties on his left and right. How greedy. But they're from Snow Wind Academy. Isn't Kagura the strongest in this academy? Why didn't he come? Yi Luisha stared at Lin Ling, and his eyes were a little unhappy. First, Lin Ling was hugging 2 beauties. Most importantly, those 2 beauties were more beautiful than all the girls in their academy. This made him very jealous. Second, Lin Ling was a new face. When he saw him, he didn't greet him. Instead, he walked slowly behind him. He didn't give him any face. I heard that Kagura died in the Blackstone Empire. Someone came back from training there and quietly spread the news. The news came from Brother Wuxia, so it must be true. Brother. But someone beside him immediately whispered. Brother Wuxia. Yi Luisha's face first changed, then he coldly snorted, when the tiger is absent, the monkey becomes king. So that's why. If Kagura was here, I would give some face. But that guy is the leader of Snow Wind Academy. Senior Yi Luisha, do you want to teach him a lesson? Ba Shan immediately laughed. If it wasn't for the exchange, I wouldn't mind. But it's not good to cause trouble in E-Garden, so give Snow Wind Academy some face. Yes. Next time I see him outside, I'll definitely give him a few slaps and let him know what a senior is. Yi Luisha and the others coldly snorted and led Ba Shan and the others forward. Behind them, Lin Ling and the others were still walking their own way, strolling along the street. Lin Ling and the others naturally heard the words of Yi Luisha and the others. However, although the others were very unhappy, Lin Ling didn't care at all. Because the purpose of his trip was to find Young Yao, and the best way to know about them was to find the students of E-Garden. So, instead of spending time to care about the words of those ants, it was better to spend time looking for Young Yao and the others. Not long after, Ba Shan and the others finally arrived at the Jade Forest Station. Chapter 3701. The Divine Three-Hall Circle. Furthermore, there were people coming in and out. At the same time, they glanced at Yi Luisha and company. With just a glance, Yi Luisha and company, who had been speaking loudly, immediately fell silent. They even lowered their heads, not daring to meet the eyes of others. This was because most of the students that appeared here were stronger than them. If they looked straight at them, it would be seen as a provocation. Following that, they entered the inn. The demonic sound entered their ears as they saw the huge hall filled with people. They were all young students who were talking loudly. Furthermore, many of them had an impression of each other. After all, they were the experts of their respective divine three halls. Of course, there were also people who knew Yi Luisha and company. Yi Luisha, from Heaven Luo Academy. The other one is Ba Shan, right? I heard that he is very talented, but he has a huge flaw. That is his weak attack power. If not, with his 7th grade ultimate desolate body, he would be quite famous in the 36 academies. An arrogant laugh suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was a burly man. He had a strong physique and a bald head. His arms were filled with Qilin tattoos. He looked extremely domineering. Zhang Wudi. Upon seeing this person, Yi Luisha and company's expression changed. This was because this person was very strong. He was quite famous in the 36 academies. Brother Wudi. They hurriedly bowed. Yeah. The man drank his wine and ignored Yi Luisha and the others. The others in the inn looked at Yi Luisha and company with disdain. Someone said, "Find a seat for yourselves." His words were high and mighty, as though he was the owner. In fact, he was also a student participating in the exchange. However, Yi Luisha immediately smiled obsequiously. All right, all right, all right. Clearly, he no longer had the arrogance and smugness from before. Furthermore, he began to greet everyone he knew. His attitude could be said to be flattery. Upon seeing this, Ba Shan and company did the same. This also made the experts nod in satisfaction. These people knew how to conduct themselves. The divine three halls of the 36 academies was a huge circle. Over the years, they had their own rules. As for the weaker divine three halls experts, if they did not want to be bullied, they could find a backer. They could flatter and curry favor with the strong. With a backer, they would not be bullied when they were out training. If one was weak and had a tough bone, then they would be in for a bad time. It was inevitable that they would be beaten up repeatedly. Although the final world did not allow killing, it was not against beating. Thus, even the most arrogant geniuses would have to follow this unwritten rule in the final world unless they didn't want to stay in the divine third hall circle. After the flattery, Yi Louis Sha and the others glanced around and saw that there was only one table left. They quickly sat down. Is that Zhang Wudi very powerful? Why do I feel like everyone here is giving him face? Ba Shan said softly after sitting down. In the end, he didn't know as many Shinsan Hall experts as Yi Sha. Keep your voice down. Yi Sha replied coldly, but she also explained in a low voice, this person was already very famous before. He competed with Ningbo Tao, Kagura, and the others. However, his rise has been even faster during this period of time. I heard that he returned from the 8 gods' heavenly palace and obtained great benefits. His current strength is several times that of Ningbo Tao and the others. After returning, he defeated many experts and is currently in the limelight. 8 gods' heavenly palace. I've also heard about it. Many people have gone there and died. Ba Shan and the others were shocked. That's right. It's a pity that I missed out on the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Alright, let's talk about Brother Wudi. This person is also vicious and merciless. I heard that there were people from other academies who were unhappy with him. He went to them alone and quietly killed that expert. Most importantly, he did it in the final world. What? Ba Shan and the others' expressions changed. This person was crazy enough. Because in the 9 prefectures, killing an expert was nothing, but in the strongest world, this was terrifying. One must know that killing was not allowed in the final world. The rules were very strict. They had heard that someone was dissatisfied and killed his opponent in public to avenge a personal grudge. But in the end, not only did this person die, but even his academy was also affected. This matter caused an uproar and was no small matter. If you dared to kill in the final world, you must have an outstanding identity. For example, if you were a city lord or the dean of a major academy, you might have some qualifications. Keep your voices down. Why are you shouting in surprise? Seeing Ba Shan and the others shocked, Yi Louis Sha frowned and turned around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he let out a sigh of relief. And then Ba Shan and the others asked again. Brother Wudi's background is not weak, and many people testified for him and gave him enough face. In the end, he was fine. You should also know that in the final world, sometimes strength is everything. However, if you don't have the strength to change everything, then your connections and background are very important. Yi Louis Sha said word by word. Thank you for your advice. Ba Shan and the others nodded humbly. They instantly knew that Zhang Wudi was not only strong, but also had a wide network of connections and a strong background. Such a person would naturally be very popular in the final world. However, you don't have to be too afraid because Brother Wudi and I have a good relationship. At this moment, Yi Louis Sha smiled proudly. Senior brother Yi Louis Sha, you're still the best. Hee, you have a good relationship with Brother Wudi. In the circle of the 3rd Divine Hall, no one dares to provoke you. Ba Shan and the others immediately became envious. Hee, it's not that no one dares to provoke you. After all, the 3rd Divine Hall is very deep. Many of them are experts ranked in the top 300 on the stairway to heaven. Those people also dare not to give Brother Wudi face, so I can only say that ordinary people don't dare to provoke me. Yi Louis Sha said modestly. She seemed to be modest, but in fact, her words were full of strong arrogance. Ba Shan and the others were even more envious because experts ranked in the top 300 on the stairway to heaven. They had never seen them before, so there was no way they would provoke them. Therefore, to be able to make ordinary experts of the 3rd Divine Hall give them face, this was enough to be proud of. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll go toast Brother Wudi first. Yi Louis Sha stood up. This won't make him unhappy, right? Boss Shan and the others were a little worried. Others will definitely. As for me, it's fine. Yi Louis Sha smiled freely and walked to the other side. Alas, we are still frogs in a well. If we want to be stronger and walk out into the wider sky, there are some things and some experts that we have to face in the end. Yes, building a cart behind closed doors can't be that strong. On the other hand, senior brother Yi Louis Sha has prepared for a rainy day and made these connections in advance. If you have connections in the circle of the third divine hall, then no matter what you do, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Boss Shan and the others sighed. Connections and background were also indispensable conditions for a warrior to become stronger. They all understood this point. Chapter 3702. What an unwritten rule. Why did you mention Lin Ling and the rest? They're just building cars behind closed doors. They'll be eliminated sooner or later. Boss Shan immediately shook his head. After a long time, Yi Louis Sha came back with a satisfied smile on her face. Boss Shan and the others immediately looked over nervously and asked, "How is it?" "Hee, Brother Woody told me not to cause trouble. If he can solve the problem, he will help me in the future." Yi Louis Sha laughed. "Congratulations, senior brother Yi Louis Sha." "Hee, it's nothing. Moreover, I just told Brother Woody in advance." "Really? That's great. This is nothing. Because there are a few people here who are not small. I heard that they came from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Their strength has greatly increased and their status is not low. Later, I will introduce them to you one by one. In the future, there will be a lot of people in the Shinsan Hall who will give you face." The more they talked, the happier they were. They felt that they had integrated into the circle of the Shinsan Hall. Only by integrating could they fly higher. Otherwise, they would be suppressed. This kind of rule was the same everywhere. Unless you have absolute strength to break all the rules, you will have to obey. Unfortunately, there are very few people who can break the rules. While everyone was talking, suddenly, a few figures appeared at the door. A total of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The 2 women were extremely beautiful with outstanding temperament. After they appeared, they immediately attracted countless eyes. Some of the dissolute guys were secretly drooling. As for the 3 men, 2 of them swept the lively hall and their faces were a little frightened. Only one of them, a blue-robed young man, was as calm as an ancient well. He was like a god of martial arts. Facing the countless strange gazes in the hall, he did not have the slightest fluctuation. Wind Snow Academy. Of course, after seeing the robe of the person who came, many people laughed contemptuously. Wind Snow Academy was ranked very low among the 36 academies. Except for Kagura, who was a little powerful, the others were not worthy of attention. This Wind Snow Academy is obviously ranked very low, but they didn't come earlier. They really don't know the rules. Someone played with the wine glass in his hand and said coldly. However, compared to the contempt of the crowd, in the vast hall, a few people frowned and stared at Lin Ling. That feeling, as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling. Even if they turned into ashes, they still wanted to see through him. Then, the corners of their eyes twitched, and their faces instantly. Next, they looked at each other. Editor, Vermilion was shocked. These people were the experts who escaped from the 8 gods' heavenly palace. They obtained the treasures of the ancient god's palace, so after they came out, their strength was it. But now, they seemed to have seen an acquaintance that they would never forget even in their dreams. Brother Woody, is it him? That Lin Ling who killed the king of assassins, took care of Ningbo Tao, and fought against the 10 academies and the god of assassins alone. Someone quietly voice. As for Brother Invincible, he was holding his wine glass in a daze. The reason for this is because he is not sure if that person is Lin Ling. Because, he was also present at that time and saw Lin Ling being sucked into the ancient coffin, so Lin Ling should be dead for sure. Of course, if the scene was pushed forward, it would be the scene of Lin Ling fighting against a group of experts. That battle, it is not an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. Even if he obtained the treasure and his strength increased, he still felt that he was as weak as a rabbit when facing Lin Ling. I am not sure. First, Lin Ling should not be able to come out of the ancient coffin alive. Second, he did not say that he is Lin Ling, but I remember that Lin Ling from the ancient god's palace was also from the Wind Snow Academy. Unfortunately, at that time, Lin Ling was wearing a thick black gold armor, plus there were many people, so I did not see his face clearly. Brother Woody also quietly transmitted his voice. These few big shots secretly transmitted their voices, looking very careful, but the others were getting more and more dissatisfied. Yi Louis Sha and the rest were gloating. Lin Ling and the rest were all newcomers, so even if they flattered, no one would give them face. However, to their surprise, Lin Ling did not flatter at all, and did not even greet them. He directly led his people in. One must know that this kind of action is the most rude, and can be said to be condescending. Everyone stopped eating and looked at each other with a frown. These people are too insensible. Sorry, there are no more seats. Excuse me, you can still seat a few people here. However, Lin Ling led the way. Seeing that there were no more seats in the hall, he stopped at a table in the corner and said indifferently. Everyone was shocked. Is this kid looking for death? Yi Louis Sha and the rest all widened their eyes and almost burst out laughing. If it were not for the fact that there were too many big shots around, they would have laughed out loud. Especially Ba Shan and the rest, they laughed until tears came out, and their hearts were full of exultation. Ever since Lin Ling defeated them, they were full of inferiority when facing Lin Ling. Even Dean Lu often reprimanded them in front of Lin Ling. This made them very unhappy, and they were very unwilling to accept it. Unfortunately, even if they were unwilling, what could they do? They had no chance to suppress Lin Ling. And now, they had a chance. They could already imagine the tragedy that was about to befall Lin Ling. He would definitely be humiliated, and he would be taught a terrible lesson. Thinking of this, their hair stood on end, and they were incomparably excited. A long-lost sense of superiority spontaneously rose. When Lin Ling is in trouble later, we will smooth things over for him at the critical moment. I wonder if he will be grateful to us. Perhaps from now on, he will feel very inferior. Ba Shan suddenly said, and his words aroused the expectations of the other four. Hee, trash that doesn't know anything. Forget it, seeing that we are all from the bottom colleges, I will help them later. Sigh, I am a kind person. Yi Louis Sha also smiled faintly. In fact, whether he would help Lin Ling later was still unknown. At this moment, at the table in front of Lin Ling, everyone was looking at Lin Ling with eyes full of displeasure. One person said lightly, You mean, you want to sit at the same table with us? Someone next to him also said, If it were these two beauties, they would definitely be able to sit, but you? Why don't you ask yourself if you are qualified? Although the expert on this seat was not the strongest present, he was also a little famous and his weight was not light. No one expected that Lin Ling would choose this seat when there was a good choice. And the two experts beside Lin Ling were scared pale. They wanted to blame Lin Ling, but they did not dare, so they could only brace themselves and hold on. They were not fools. Naturally, they knew that these people's background was not small. In the Shinsan Hall of the 36 colleges, their status and reputation were not weak. Chapter 3703. Fighting for Lin Ling. This place is near the window, I think the air will be better. It's too foul to sit anywhere else. At this moment, Lin Ling also said calmly, "Moreover, there are no seats in the hall, but we are representatives of the Wind Snow Academy, so we should have the right to sit down." Yes, 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 absolutely. The leader of the academy was so angry that he laughed. He had never seen such an unappreciative junior. Was he really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? He knew that this young man's life was over. Unless he had outstanding talent and could rely on himself to grow up, otherwise, he would never be able to make a name for himself. If he offended so many strong people, they would suppress him. However, when Lin Ling asked about the right, those people also stepped aside to see if Lin Ling dared to sit. However, Lin Ling really sat down without any hesitation. Idiot! More people sneered. They had a feeling that those people would be driven away in less than an incense stick's time. Lin Ling, come sit here quickly. At this moment, Yi Luisha came over with Boss Shan and the others. Senior brother, he is a newcomer and doesn't know anything. I hope you don't mind him. As they walked, they flattered. It was not that they wanted to help Lin Ling, but Lin Ling came with them. If something happened, they would not be able to explain themselves. What's more, by helping Lin Ling this time, they could also let Lin Ling know how weak and insignificant he was. Of course, there was another reason. That was, the people that Lin Ling had offended were not the most terrible ones. They could barely deal with them. Yi Luisha, your people? Someone immediately looked at Yi Luisha. Yes, yes, alas, this guy is stupid, so he made a fool of himself. I hope everyone can forgive him. I will pay for the meat and wine that everyone eats today. Yi Luisha said to the crowd. Lin Ling, come sit with me over there. You know, you almost got into big trouble. If not for Dean Lu telling us to take good care of you, I would have ignored this matter. Sigh, you're too young. You don't know the depth of the Jianghu. Boss Shan and the others naturally seized the opportunity to show off in front of Lin Ling. Do you see the big shots around you? They are all top-notch existences in the Shinsan Hall. If it weren't for the fact that we still have some face, I'm afraid you would have to leave East City with broken limbs. Boss Shan was obviously the most excited. It's just a meal. Why are you so nervous? I think this place is pretty good. It's by the window, and the wind is blowing. It's elegant. However, Lin Ling said calmly. Boss Shan and the others were infuriated. Elegance? Do you know that these seats are divided according to seniority? Not only did you provoke others by sitting here, it also means that you have a higher seniority than many people. Others will definitely be dissatisfied. Boss Shan and the others thought that Lin Ling would adapt to the situation, but in the end, Lin Ling was still as stubborn as ever. They were so angry that they almost exploded. Why don't you come and sit with me? However, at that moment, a man with fluttering long hair suddenly stood up and said with a smile. No need, no need. He's just a newcomer. He's not qualified to sit with this senior brother. Boss Shan immediately smiled apologetically. At the same time, he turned his head and his pupils instantly constricted. Because from Yi Yisha's introduction, he knew that the person who spoke was a heavyweight. His name was Fei Yan, and he was one of the big shots. It's over, it's over. Lin Ling must have angered that person. Everyone was also stunned. That big shot had not revealed his strength, but he suddenly invited Lin Ling. It was definitely not with good intentions. That arrogant young man was indeed going to suffer. There's not much wine at your place. Is it interesting to go to your place? Why don't you come to my table? I have all the dishes and wine you want. However, at that moment, another voice sounded. This also made the expert named Fei Yan frown. Someone was trying to snatch him away. He said coldly, Your Excellency, didn't you see that I invited him first? You're with me. As he spoke, he also looked at the person who spoke. Then, his pupils trembled, and he forcibly swallowed back the words in his throat. That was because the person who spoke had a stronger background and strength than him. His name was Young Master Jingdian, and his father was a city lord of one of the 36 main cities. He was also one of the strongest people in the academy that the dean valued the most. To put it bluntly, if young Master Jingdian wanted to attack him, with Fei Yan's strength and background, he would be nothing but a piece of paper. He had never expected that young Master Jingdian would also stand up for Lin Ling. This also confirmed his guess. The arrogant young man in front of him was the great demon king of the castle of black gold. That great demon king could only be a friend, not an enemy. He had already seen it with his own eyes in the castle of black gold. How could someone who dared to beat up Master Silverplume be weak? In the end, Fei Yan sat back down unwillingly. He knew that he had failed in his attempt to befriend Lin Ling. Someone else had acted faster than him. At this moment, everyone's hearts were about to explode. If Fei Yan had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, it would have been fine. However, young Master Jingdian had also stood up for him. This was not right. At this moment, another strong person stood up. This person's identity was also very powerful. He was the son of the dean of the 18th academy among the 36 academies. A guy like this would definitely have something that represented the dean's identity. How could his background be small? What made everyone speechless was that this person was also trying to invite Lin Ling. He even fought with young Master Jingdian until his head was bleeding. It felt as if they were fighting over a beautiful woman. Oh my God, what's going on? Everyone's mouth was wide open. Unless they were idiots, they would have noticed that these people seemed to be trying to curry favor with Lin Ling. Slap. Yi Luixia immediately gave herself a hard slap to see if she was dreaming. However, the shock was not over yet. Stop arguing, I want this Lin Ling. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar exploded like thunder. A man stood up, looking majestic without being angry. This was Brother Wudi. Bang, bang, bang. Many people broke the wine glasses in their hands due to their surprise. The wine spilled all over their hands, but they did not realize it at all. Brother Wudi also joined. How popular is Lin Ling? After Brother Wudi shouted angrily, he looked at Lin Ling and instantly put on a fawning smile. Brother Lin Ling, no, Brother Lin Ling, how about you sit with me? Slap. That smile was the same as the one on Yi Luixia and the others. It was a flattering smile. Yi Luixia, give me a slap and see if I'm dreaming. Slap. Ba Shan and the others' jaws dropped to the ground. They felt as if they were in a dream. They had been trying to curry favor with Brother Wudi, thinking that if they knew Brother Wudi, they would be able to walk in the circle of the Shinsan Hall. In fact, they were proud of it and wanted to show it to Lin Ling. They wanted to tell Lin Ling that he was still too inexperienced and that the world outside was very deep. However, Brother Wudi, who they had been trying to curry favor with, turned around to curry favor with Lin Ling. Chapter 3704. Young Master Yao and Ma Jin Tianzi's whereabouts. No, this must be fake. How could these big shots of the 36 academies take the initiative to invite Lin Ling? They must be toying with Lin Ling. Ba Shan and the rest kept comforting themselves because this was too illogical. In fact, the others were thinking the same thing. Who are you? Why do I want to drink your wine? At this time, Lin Ling also frowned and looked over. He didn't know any of the people who invited him. But as soon as he said that, Yi Luixia was stunned, Ba Shan was stunned, and even Brother Invincible was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Lin Ling actually refused. If others wanted to drink Brother Wudi's wine, they had to see if they were qualified. But Lin Ling didn't give them any face and looked at them with disdain. But if it's good wine, I can reluctantly give it a try. Of course, it must be good wine. If it's bad, don't embarrass yourself. But Lin Ling was half a drunkard. When he heard the word wine, he was still a little tempted. Reluctantly. Everyone was stunned again. Ba Shan and the rest trembled, afraid that Lin Ling would anger Brother Wudi and the rest. Because Lin Ling was too arrogant. I can't guarantee anything else, but when it comes to wine, my wine is definitely good. This is the 3000 peach blossom wine. Young Master Shocking Lightning was stunned and suddenly became wild with joy. He swept the wine on the table and strode toward Lin Ling. And this time, he was toying with Lin Ling. He had personally delivered wine to his door. Yi Lui Sha rubbed her eyes hard and shook her head in confusion. Young Master Shocking Lightning, you're despicable. But at this time, Fei Yan also swept the wine on the table and pounced on Lin Ling. Brother Wudi was even crazier. He roared, "Everyone, take out your wine, give it to me." He snatched everyone's wine and shot it at Lin Ling. In a short period of time, Lin Ling's table was filled with fine wine. There were all kinds of wine, and the fragrance of the wine was everywhere. This caused the people at the same table as Lin Ling to tremble in fear, especially the two strong cultivators from the Snow Wind Academy. At this moment, their foreheads were covered in cold sweat and they almost fainted. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still calmly tasting the wine on the table. Nothing much. A moment later, Lin Ling shook his head. Everyone in the hall was completely speechless. She had personally delivered the wine to your door, so you should at least be polite. Did you have to be so rude? Try mine. Brother Invincible immediately roared, his face filled with excitement. Only then did people realize that these experts were all standing beside Lin Ling like obedient babies. They were actually trying to curry favor with Lin Ling by continuously pouring wine for him. However, compared to their surprise, Brother Wudi and the others were extremely terrified, as if they were deeply afraid of angering Lin Ling. Looking at Lin Ling up close, they realized that Lin Ling was extremely similar to the great demon king of the Black Gold Castle. It could even be said that they were exactly the same. Such a character dared not fear the true inheritance of Miao Xin, the Duan family, the New Heavenly Court, and the Flying Dragon organization. His background was definitely not small. If they did not curry favor with such an expert, they would be stupid. It turns out that he is really strong, very strong, very strong. Defeating us is actually like a cat playing with a mouse. Ba Shan looked at Lin Ling blankly, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Because, although he had lost to Lin Ling, he had always felt that Lin Ling was only a little stronger than him. But now he realized that the gap between him and Lin Ling was too big. The few people beside him also had extremely complicated expressions at this moment. Jealousy, and unwillingness. However, when they realized that Lin Ling was like a swan in the sky, and they were like toads in the toilet, all the complicated emotions disappeared. In the end, it turned into worship. Wind Snow Academy has produced a dragon. Yi Lui Sha was silent for a long time before she finally spoke solemnly. Sit down, don't be so restrained. After drinking, Lin Ling gradually became easier to talk to. Brother Wudi and the others were overjoyed and then fiercely glanced at the other people at the table. Those people understood and immediately quietly made way. Of course, they did not dare to drive away the two people from Wind Snow Academy. The treatment was simply heaven and earth. This, Brother Lin Ling, that day, after sitting down, Fei Yan took the lead to speak. But halfway through his words, Brother Wudi and Prince of Shocking Lightning immediately frowned and looked at him. Fei Yan instantly reacted, laughed, and quickly punished himself by drinking 3 cups of wine. Because what he said before was the matter of the Black Gold Castle. However, the matter of the Black Gold Castle was a secret in the final world, not to mentioning it in front of Lin Ling. After all, at that time, Lin Ling had killed many experts from the major academies. However, they did not know that Lin Ling did not care about this matter at all. Although he knew that if this matter was spread out, many academies would definitely want to punish him. However, this matter did not happen in the final world, so Lin Ling did not violate the rules. What was there to be afraid of? Talk about other things, talk about other things. For Brother Woody to be able to become an overlord, naturally, he was smooth and slick. After some conversation, the few of them became more and more familiar with each other. But at this moment, outside the inn, there was a burst of noise. On the street, many martial artists were walking in a direction as if they were watching a show. This also made Lin Ling stop drinking and look out with interest. What happened? I heard that 2 people are going to be executed. Brother Invincible immediately smiled and said, these 2 people violated the rules in the final world. They killed people like flies and exterminated Duke Lu's family. Therefore, the city lord of East City sentenced them to death. Brother Lin Ling, you should know that killing is not allowed in the final world. Therefore, when the death sentence was announced, many people came to watch the show. Isn't that so? You should know that in the 9 states, people dying is a common thing. The Prince of Shocking Lightning looked at the martial artists who were watching the show with disdain. Of course, when he looked at Lin Ling, his face was full of fear. Speaking of which, the person beside him was the one who killed people like flies. Oh, I wonder who is going to be executed. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and asked casually. I think it's an expert from E-Garden. One of them is called something like Tianzi. Brother Woody recalled, when I first came, I heard others say it. Oh right, it's called Imogen Tianzi. The other one is called Yang Yao. Fei Yan hurriedly said. As soon as she said this, the wine cup in Lin Ling's hand exploded. A terrifying murderous aura, demonic aura, and ominous aura surged out like a tide. All the chairs shook, and the hall swayed. It felt as if a giant was grabbing the inn and shaking it. All the wine jugs, wine cups, and even the dishes on the table were frozen by a mysterious force. This also gave everyone a huge shock. Yi Louis Sha and the others were extremely pale. When Lin Ling's aura erupted, they realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. As for Brother Woody and the others who were closest to Lin Ling, they were so scared that their lips turned purple. They recalled the monster in the black gold castle. Brother Lin Ling, this. Brother Woody said incoherently. Chapter 3705. Raid the execution ground. No wonder young Demon Lord and Ma Jin Tianzi didn't come. They had been captured and were about to be executed. Brother Ling. At this time, Yu Yu also shouted. Only she and Xian Yuan Gu could call out Lin Ling. Lin Ling's terrifying aura finally retracted, but his expression also became grave and stern. Tell me, how long until they're executed? Well, it said that there are still 2 hours left. Brother Invincible and the others said nervously. Then, they suddenly thought of something and their faces changed. Brother Lin Ling, you can't be thinking of robbing the execution ground, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the hall exploded. This was no small matter at the execution ground of the final world. This was because the city lords of the main cities had the command of slaughter. This was set by the gods. Just like the deans of the various great academies, they also had the command of slaughter. However, if an ordinary person were to raid the execution ground, it would be tantamount to provoking the gods and violating the rules of the main city. If he wasn't careful, Lin Ling might be convicted of a great crime, and even be beheaded. Taking a step back, East City was an extremely ancient main city. How could Lin Ling succeed in hijacking it? There were quite a number of martial gods here. Brother Lin Ling, don't be rash. Brother Woody couldn't help but advise. He also secretly admired Lin Ling because he guessed that the two people who were going to be beheaded should be people that Lin Ling knew. However, Lin Ling actually dared to do such a sensational thing for these two friends. This showed that Lin Ling was a righteous person. They are my brothers. Lin Ling stood up. His words represented his determination. If Brother Lin Ling wants to save someone, go straight down the street and turn east at the second intersection. You'll be able to see the execution ground then. Of course, you can also follow those people who are watching the show. I'm just afraid you'll be too late. Brother Invincible quickly said. Thanks. Lin Ling stepped out of the hall and left the inn. At the same time, a cold voice sounded out, heat up the wine for me. Once the wine is heated up, I will definitely return. My brother wants to drink. His voice was bold, confident, and domineering. The hall became completely silent. Everyone's emotions were extremely complicated. This was because no one had expected Lin Ling to be so daring. Walking along the street, Lin Ling's eyes were cold and his heart was filled with doubts. According to Brother Invincible, young Master Yao and the others were beheaded because they killed the Duke's family. But that shouldn't be the case, because the Yao young master and the others were about to come to the Snow Wind Academy. There was no need for them to suddenly go and kill people. This meant that there was definitely something going on. Perhaps someone wanted to harm young Master Yao and the others. As for the people who have enmity with young Demon Master and the others, Lin Ling's first thought was Du Chou and Wu Zun. They were both students of the Yi Garden and had a grudge against young Master Yao and the others. Thinking of this, Lin Ling sped up. At this moment, in the separation zone, a large number of people had gathered at the edge of the execution field, looking indifferently at the two people who were tied up. These two people were young Master Yao and the others. They were tied up with divine chains. This was a kind of boundary artifact that came from Miao Shen's true inheritance. If the boundary artifact could not be broken, unless one was a martial god, no one would be able to break free. Surrounding them were soldiers in armor. They were not weak and had reached the advanced martial ancestor realm. Young Master Yao, it must have felt good to surpass me in the past. Why are you in such a sorry state today? At this moment, a gloomy young man stood in front of young Master Yao and looked at him with a cold smile. He was Du Chou. Beside them, a burly man was playing with his fingernails. He had the aura of a Buddha. He was Wu Zun. During the previous artifact contest, Lin Ling had stolen all their treasures. Originally, they had wanted to settle the score with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had disappeared. Therefore, they vented all their anger on young Master Yao and the others. Of course, they already had a grudge against young Master Yao. After that incident, their grudge had only increased. Despicable. Young Master Yao looked at the two of them and shouted coldly. Hee hee. Seeing this, Du Chou laughed and said, kneel. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked young Master Yao's knee. Young Master Yao's strength was sealed by the divine chains and he immediately knelt on one knee. Prince Ma Jin, although you defeated me in the battle of the ethereal tower, I'm the one who had the last laugh. Ha ha ha. Wu Zun let out a hearty laugh and kicked Grope Gold Emperor to his knees. Seeing the two of them kneeling, Du Chou and Wu Zun were satisfied. Wu Zun said calmly, what do the two of you want to say before you die? I want to kick your balls until they explode. Young Master Yao laughed and said with a shrug. You. Wu Zun raised his eyebrows and immediately stepped back. Kill them. He had never expected young Master Yao to be so arrogant even in death. He wanted to see how young Master Yao, who had been decapitated, could still be so arrogant. Two burly men immediately walked out, each of them holding a huge saber. On the saber, there were dragons and tigers roaring. This saber had killed countless immortal emperors, and it was specially used to behead them. Hence, it was called the emperor-slaying saber. It was said that this saber hid a trace of the power of the gods. What a pity! Young Master Yao said to Prince Majin. Prince Majin nodded. Yes, the God-Slayer Alliance's ambition was not achieved. The ambition will eventually be achieved. Even if we die, others will achieve it. I only regret that I won't be able to witness the moment of the God-Slayer Alliance's demise. Young Master Yao shook his head regretfully. Then, he smiled and said, by the way, there's a secret that I've always wanted to tell you. Because you're a puppet, I always thought that you wouldn't get drunk. Therefore, when you drank last time, I poured 10 drops of 1,000 miles incense. You should know that 1,000 miles incense isn't considered alcohol, but it's stronger than alcohol. In the end, you still got drunk. This also proves that you're not a puppet, but a human. Therefore, you'll get drunk eventually. By the way, I also made a bet with Ye Shui and won a lot of money. What made people speechless was that young Master Yao was still in the mood to talk about this before his death. From another point of view, this person was free and unrestrained enough. I know, and I also know that many people in the God-Slayer Alliance bet. Didn't you notice that the guy called Old Zhang won the most? Do you know why? Prince Majin said calmly. Why? Young Master Yao was curious. Because I bet his money. Therefore, in order to win money, I had to get drunk even if I didn't want to. Fuck, you look so rigid. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Ye Shui and the others lost miserably. Both of them burst into laughter. The onlookers in the distance were shocked. These two were so manly. Du Chou and the others were so angry that their teeth were itching. This was because they wanted to see young Master Yao and the others cry in regret. They didn't want to see this heroic death. Du Chou, Wu Zun, I'll see you in the underworld. At this moment, young Master Yao looked at Du Chou and the others. Dream on. Chapter 3706. Brother. I can tell you that the other two leaders of our God-Slayer Alliance, Lin Ling and Yi Shui, will definitely kill you. Therefore, we will be waiting for you on the road. Majin Tianzi also laughed contemptuously. Stop dreaming. Let me tell you, the next one to die is Lin Ling. Du Chou and the others were getting angrier and angrier. Finally, they waved their hands heavily. The executioner immediately came to young Demon Master's side and raised the emperor-slaying saber high up. Please, be more straightforward. I heard that if you cut quickly, you can see your own body. So, I want to experience that feeling too. However, young Master Yao didn't even look at the monarch-slaying saber behind him. Young Master Yao, let's be brothers again in our next lives. The Prince of Wealth, who had always been a man of few words, laughed heartily at this moment. Nonsense. These two words pierced through the 9 heavens. Whoosh. At the same time, 2 sabers slashed down. But at this moment, a sword from the era of the gods came. Clang. The sword cut through 2 sabers, and even the huge saber was cut in half. The other half of the saber flew out and hit the city wall far away from the battlefield. Everyone was shocked. Someone is trying to rob the execution ground. This was the first time in a million years that I Ching had encountered something like this. At this moment, a blue-robed young man slowly walked out from one direction of the execution field with a tall bodyguard. Beside him was a fist-sized evil spirit, giving off an extremely strange feeling. But this young man was fearless, as if raiding an execution ground was a very normal thing. Everyone subconsciously stepped aside, their faces filled with curiosity and surprise. And the person who came was Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling, Du Chou and Wu Zun's pupils trembled violently. As for young Master Yao and the others, they had their eyes closed the whole time. They thought that they were dead for sure, but they didn't notice the saber coming down, so they all opened their eyes. However, a familiar figure was slowly walking over. That figure was his brother. That figure was his comrade. That figure was a friend and family member. Lin Ling. Young Master Yao and Ma Jin Tianzi shouted at the same time, tears of excitement flowing out of their eyes. Once upon a time, Lin Ling had been the weakest member of the God Slayer Alliance. However, because he had been able to set up the God Slayer formation, he had been revered by the God Slayer Alliance. However, in the final world, Lin Ling had finally risen up and exploded with power. Now, he was able to protect them and become their most powerful left and right arms. At this moment, Lin Ling and the evil spirit had already arrived in front of young Master Yao and the others. He looked at them indifferently. You too, you said that you would come to Snow Wind Academy, but you made me wait for a long time. It can't be helped. I was delayed by some matters. Sorry. Young Master Yao and Ma Jin Tianzi laughed. Since I'm late, I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. Lin Ling nodded. 3 cups. That depends on what kind of wine it is. If it's the ancient wine that you, Lin Ling, brought out, then I'm afraid we'll be drunk after just 1 cup. I don't care. Anyway, 3 cups are unavoidable. The conversation between the 3 of them could be said to be unbridled. It was as if they were the only 3 people left in the world. In the distance, Du Chou and Wu Zun were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Not only did Lin Ling come to rob the execution ground, he even ignored them and openly chatted with them. Lin Ling, how dare you? Du Chou roared angrily. However, Lin Ling completely ignored him. His soul force covered the divine lock. A moment later, his hands formed a complicated barrier, causing the divine lock to lose its sealing effect. Bang bang! 2 huge chains smashed to the ground at the same time. Young Master Yao and Ma Jin Tianzi were completely free. This also caused the entire execution ground to be in an uproar. After so many years in East City, this was a successful robbery of the execution ground. The person who came had also committed a heinous crime. That person was simply lawless. But next, the 3 of them would have to face the wrath of East City. Challenging the rules of East City was something that was impossible. Looking at young Master Yao and the others who had escaped, Du Chou and the others' eyes trembled fiercely. This Lin Ling really dared to rob the execution ground. Ha ha ha. Du Chou and Wu Zun were stunned for a moment before they suddenly burst into laughter. This was because they had always hated Lin Ling. They hated Lin Ling for stealing their limelight in the Tongshan Tower. They hated Lin Ling for being their brother. But hatred aside, they couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. This wasn't a matter of strength. It was because no one could violate the rules of the ultimate world and casually kill people. But now it was different. Lin Ling had robbed the execution ground. This was equivalent to jumping into a fire pit. No matter what kind of background Lin Ling had or what kind of strength he had, he definitely couldn't go against Yi Qing. This meant that Lin Ling was dead meat. Lin Ling, you have no way out. Ha ha ha, do you know what you're doing? Du Chou, who had always been sinister, couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart at this moment. I'm saving my brother from the God Slayer Alliance. Lin Ling looked at him and said calmly. This sentence seemed calm, but it carried the determination of going through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. It was unquestionable. God Slayer Alliance. Everyone's eyes flickered. The person who was about to be beheaded was actually a member of the God Slayer Alliance. Although the God Slayer Alliance wasn't very famous in the ultimate world, there were still some people who had heard of it. They had heard that this alliance had gathered many hot-blooded youths and had once killed martial god Qilin, creating many miracles. I didn't expect the God Slayer Alliance to be so united. Some people also secretly admired him. As for young Master Yao and Momo Jin, their bodies trembled as they looked at Lin Ling. The excitement in their eyes grew stronger. There was no need for any explanation. The God Slayer alliance was enough. They had never imagined that the Lin Ling they had recruited back then would be so loyal and righteous. They hadn't recruited the wrong person. What a good God Slayer alliance. I'm impressed and touched. But do you think this is the Heaven Sword City? Do you think that there will be people who will give you face? Wu Zun also spoke. During the divine weapon competition, Lin Ling had gotten a jade token from somewhere. Not only did he enter the 9th floor of the auction, but he also made the Heaven Sword City's city lord give him face and made them suffer. However, this was East City. It wasn't Lin Ling's turn to be arrogant. Where's that stupid token of yours? Take it out and see if it's useful in this city. Wu Zun screamed. Wu Zun's sharp voice rang out again. Speaking of this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. That token was given to him by the Snow Wind Academy's principal. It was also the Snow Wind Supreme token. Seeing the token was the same as seeing the principal. It also had the authority to kill, just like the city lord of a main city. Of course, compared to the city lord, this authority was still a little weaker. But it was enough. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. I'm going to save those two. Wu Zun screamed. I thought Du Qiu, was crazy enough. But you, Lin Ling, are even crazier. You're going to save them. Do you think we're incompetent? However, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I want to see how you're going to save them. Step. Du Qiu took a step forward. His eyes were even colder. Chapter 3707. You're not the only one who has the martial ancestor realm. The King Kong's celestial body appeared behind Wu Zun. He was ready to attack. The people around them shook their heads. They admired the young man's loyalty. However, it was impossible for him to succeed in saving the people. The guards around them were enough to stop them. It should be known that the person guarding the execution ground was a half-step martial god. However, when the expert saw that Du Qiu and the others were talking, he did not step forward. Shameless boasting. I can tell you that the three of you won't be able to leave today. However, there were many people who wanted to stop Lin Ling and the others. A few figures separated the crowd and walked over with murderous intent. The two in the lead were Duan Tianzhan and Duan Wuzhan. When they saw Lin Ling, their eyes were instantly filled with anger. During the sacred weapon contest, Duan Tianzhan had made a bet with Lin Ling. In the end, he had lost and was driven out of Sky Sword City, losing the right to auction the treasures. Duan Wuzhan was not much better. All the treasures that he had taken a fancy to had been snatched away by Lin Ling. Therefore, their hatred for Lin Ling could be described as bone deep. Ha, Lin Ling, you're walking right into a trap. Duan Tianzhan roared proudly. When he saw the two of them, Lin Ling suddenly frowned. He had not expected the Duan family to be involved in this. Lin Ling, they set us up. We don't know what Duke Lu's mansion is. They captured us domineeringly and said that we killed Duke Lu's mansion. I'm afraid this has something to do with Duan Wuzhan and the others. Young Beast Lord said in a low voice. Duan Wuzhan doesn't have the authority to ask the city governor of East City to help. If I'm not wrong, the real mastermind is that person. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He could roughly guess what was going on. However, the most important thing now was to leave this place. You too, capture young Beast Lord and the others. Leave that guy to me. Hee, I want to break his limbs. Said Duan Wuzhan with a treacherous smile. Because he had suffered too much at the hands of Lin Ling, and now, he finally had the chance to take revenge. He didn't care about Lin Ling's strength at all. That was because he was already an expert of the third hole. At that time, Lin Ling had only just entered the Tower of Gods. Brother, go for it. Show him what the Duan clan's twin prides are like. Duan Tianzhan immediately waved his fists. The two prides of the Duan clan. Some people in the surroundings had heard of this name. It was said that these two prides were extremely powerful, and they were respectively Duan Wuzhan and Duan Wuhen. They hadn't thought that this person was actually one of the two prides. All right. Du Chou and the others also laughed excitedly as they pounced towards young Master Yao and the others. Duan Tianzhan was even more exaggerated. He clapped his hands 3 times, and a group of people who were playing gongs and drums immediately rushed out from behind. They actually started playing gongs and drums. Everyone, come and take a look. The Century Clan's overconfident trash is going to challenge the Duan Clan's twin prides. Obviously, Duan Tianzhan thought that his brother would win without a doubt, so he started teasing Lin Ling. That was because he had actually been holding back this anger for a very long time. Brother, you still have my heart, ha ha ha. Duan Wuzhan laughed heartily and leaped over Lin Ling, unleashing his innate talent and powerful martial arts techniques. Lin Ling, tell me, should I break your right arm first, or your left arm first? He hadn't even arrived, but he had already let out a satisfied cry. Seeing this, young Master Yao and the others frowned and immediately wanted to attack, but Lin Ling stopped them and said indifferently, I'll leave those two guys to you. Leave him to me. Young Master Yao and the others narrowed their eyes when they heard that. Lin Ling wanted to fight Duan Wuzhan. One had to know that Du Chou and the others had just entered the third hall and were relatively weak, but Duan Wuzhan was different. He was several times stronger than Du Chou and the others. When they had separated from Lin Ling didn't seem to have the strength to fight Duan Wuzhan. Go. Lin Ling didn't explain. Okay. Young Master Yao and the others were a little worried, but they didn't ask anymore. Of course, they were also watching Lin Ling at all times, deeply afraid that Lin Ling would encounter misfortune. However, would Lin Ling encounter misfortune? In the Black Gold Castle, Lin Ling went all out, and the experts of the top 10 academies were beaten like dogs by him. Not to mention that Lin Ling had broken through his cultivation realm now. So, a mere Duan Wuzhan wanted to defeat Lin Ling. The answer was no. Lin Ling didn't transform at all. His eyebrows moved, and the true inheritance dark sword flew out. Immediately after, countless evil spirit jellyfish flew out and enveloped Duan Wuzhan. Only then did Lin Ling move, his 6 dantians and physical strength exploding. Boom! A punch directly smashed into Duan Wuzhan's chest. Whoosh! Duan Wuzhan was like a piece of paper, and immediately flew out, smashing into the city wall in the distance, and was buried by countless rocks. Although the previous confrontation was short, Duan Wuzhan sensed that when Lin Ling attacked, countless flying swords were extremely sharp, and it was difficult for him to resist. Then, there was a strange jellyfish ghost that attacked him sneakily, and it was actually devouring his strength. By the time he reacted, Lin Ling had appeared in front of him, and an overbearing punch was coming. Most importantly, the strength of that punch was beyond his imagination. It was definitely in the martial ancestor realm, and more importantly, it was several times stronger than an ordinary martial ancestor realm. Wasn't Lin Ling in the saint realm? Rumble. Buried by rocks, Duan Wuzhan spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. As for Duan Tianzhan, who was beating gongs and drums, he was also dumbfounded. His brother was a veteran expert of the Third Divine Hall, and Lin Ling was a newcomer. He also thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to resist his brother's attack. However, Lin Ling had beaten his brother into a dog with one punch. The gap between dreams and reality was undoubtedly too big. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. Ironically, the team he invited was still beating gongs and drums, as if laughing at his brother's fate. This guy. Young Master Yao and Majin Tianzhan were also shocked, but they finally relaxed. Then, they pounced on Du Chou and the others, and the treasures they bought at the auction appeared in their hands. Du Chou and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they felt that the situation was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived at the corner of the wall. With a wave of his hand, powerful realm essence gushed out and grabbed Duan Wuxian. Cough cough. Duan Wuxian kept spitting out blood, and there was a large number of ghost jellyfish on his body that were devouring his strength. He looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you defeat me? It was obvious that he was still in shock. Lin Ling shook his head. Was defeating Duan Wuxian that surprising? He felt that it was very normal. He had defeated experts stronger than Duan Wuxian at the Black Gold Castle, so Duan Wuxian was nothing. You're not the only one who has reached the martial progenitor realm. Lin Ling finally spoke, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Martial progenitor realm. When did you reach the martial progenitor realm? Aren't you at the Saint realm? Duan Wuxian's heart finally exploded. Although he had already guessed it, the shock in his heart finally exploded after Lin Ling admitted it. Chapter 3708. The one blocking the way was the 18-foot guard. You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Duan clan and one of the two prides of the Duan clan. If you kill me, you'll have to bear the wrath of the Duan clan. Duan Wuxian immediately shouted angrily. Perhaps this was his only hope. Do you think that if I don't kill you, the Duan clan won't deal with me? Also, since when has the Duan clan been able to deal with me? Lin Ling said calmly. Duan Wuxian was stunned. Right, hadn't the Duan clan dealt with Lin Ling before? The answer was yes, and there were many of them. Even Duan Wuhan had taken action. Could the Duan clan deal with Lin Ling? The answer was obviously no. At least, Lin Ling was still alive. Even Martial God Wen Tian wanted to deal with me, but he couldn't. If it's the Duan clan, then your ancestor might be able to. As for you clowns, you're still too weak. Lin Ling said again. His words were full of disdain. Lin Ling, if you dare to raid the execution ground, you won't be able to leave Yi City. The city governor of Yi City is also a martial god expert. You've broken the rules by behaving atrociously in his territory. No one can save you. Duan Wuxian suddenly roared angrily. I don't need anyone to save me because I can save myself. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. Lin Ling shook his head and raised his eyebrows. More evil ghost jellyfish surrounded Duan Wuxian. After a while, Duan Wuxian turned into a dried corpse. As Lin Ling absorbed Duan Wuxian's power, Lin Ling also felt that his cultivation had improved. He was closer to the third-level martial ancestor realm. Bang! When Duan Wuxian landed on the ground, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Dried corpse. What a terrifying technique. Young Master Yao, Majin Tianzi, I've already prepared wine for you. If you continue to delay, I'm afraid the wine will get cold again. Lin Ling ignored the surrounding people's surprise and stepped forward. He looked at the young Master Yao and the others who were fighting. Wine. A young Master Yao and the others felt a sense of heroism. Lin Ling actually prepared wine when he came to rob the execution ground. Could it be that he had never thought of failure? Domineering. Fight! Young Demon Master and the others immediately roared, and their auras soared into the sky. When Du Chou and the others saw Duan Wuxian die, their morale immediately plummeted, and they retreated repeatedly in defeat. Lin Ling glanced at their battle briefly and then ignored them. Instead, he walked over to Duan Tianzhan and looked at him calmly. This made Duan Tianzhan tremble all over. Thump. 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 What was ironic was that the drum and gong brigade behind him was still beating the drum. Don't knock. Duan Tianzhan couldn't help but roar. His brother was dead, and he himself was in grave danger. How could these fellows still have the nerve to beat drums and gongs? The team you invited, even if you have tears in your eyes, you have to finish knocking. Lin Ling said softly. He didn't want to waste any more words. With a twitch of his brows, countless swords pierced through Duan Tianzhan. He obviously couldn't be bothered to say anything more to this kind of trash. Du Chou, it's time to settle our grudge. On the other side, the 8 divine spears appeared in Touch of Gold's hands. 8 rays of light bloomed and shot into the sky. In the past, he had fought Du Chou and was defeated by Du Chou, and his body had been torn apart. Today, he would take revenge with his own hands. On the other side, young Demon Master looked at Touch of Gold and smiled slightly. He knew that Touch of Gold had been waiting for this battle for a long time, and he was happy for him. As for his opponent, Wu Zun, he didn't care at all. With his strength, it was like a cat catching a mouse. I'm going to hit your left chest. Be careful. Before he attacked, young Demon Master even gave him a teasing reminder. Young Demon Master, you've gone too far. Wu Zun was undoubtedly deeply humiliated. I like to bully trash like you. So what? Weren't you very smug before? Smile again for me to see. Young Demon Master was unforgiving. On the other side, Touch of Gold's battle was nearing its end. Du Chou was retreating in defeat and wanted to escape, but he was entangled by Touch of Gold. In the end, he was careless and was finally killed by Touch of Gold. Wu Zun, it's time for you to accompany them. Sensing this, young Demon Master also transformed into a monster. His body had all kinds of monster limbs. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, tearing Wu Zun apart alive. In the end, the 3 of them looked at each other, smiled, and walked out of the execution field proudly. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The 3 of them were extraordinarily bold. Not only did they rob the execution field, they even dared to kill an city. This meant that they had no way out. The 3 of them still had no hope of leaving the execution field. And that was indeed the case. Sir, you can't leave. Finally, an old man walked out of the guards who had been watching from the side. He wore a long black robe, had a square face, and had an imposing aura. This person, Yi, was one of Yi City's 18-foot guards. He was extremely powerful. An ancient ruler appeared in his hand, as if it was a ruler used to judge right and wrong. This was a divine artifact called the Judgment. It was a 7th-grade divine artifact. He held the judgment and blocked in front of Lin Ling and the others, causing the atmosphere in the execution field to drop to the extreme. Nobody knew when, but a strong wind blew and leaves fluttered, causing the surroundings to suddenly become deathly silent. All the guards were like the Grim Reaper. They stood quietly not far away, watching this scene emotionlessly. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Lin Ling and the others. This time, how could the 3 of them escape? An invisible pressure suffused the air, causing the demon young master and Tycoon Gold to silently clench their fists. They were already prepared to fight to the death because they could discern that the old man was extremely strong, and a fierce battle was unavoidable. It was even possible that they would die here. Unfortunately, it was difficult for the forces behind them to enter the final world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state today. However, compared to their solemn expressions, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He took a step forward and said calmly, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding. I hope that you can give us a chance to find out the truth." He knew that this was definitely the Duan family slandering young Demon Master and the others. "Young hero, I see that your talent is outstanding, and your appearance is both good and evil. I think you must be a person with principles. In addition, you dared to enter the execution field for your brothers, so I respect your strength and your character. However, this is difficult to do. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, perhaps your friends were wronged. However, I'm in charge of beheading people, not seeking justice for others. This is also different from my duties. However, the city lord of East City is a reasonable person. If you have a chance to prove yourself, I think the city lord will give you a way out. He seemed to be rejecting Lin Ling, but he also pointed out a clear path for Lin Ling. It meant that as long as you had evidence, the city lord of East City would uphold justice. Thank you. Lin Ling couldn't help but bow to the old man. This bow was also from the bottom of his heart. You're about to die in my hands, but you're still thanking me. I have to say, your way of doing things is different from others. Seeing Lin Ling bow, the old man suddenly laughed loudly. Chapter 3709. The returning Lin Ling. Because you told me that what I'm going to do next won't be in vain. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. You mean, you will find evidence. However, I also believe what you said. However, why don't you worry about whether you can leave this place? The old man said meaningfully. Hearing this, a jug of wine suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he began to walk forward. The gale blew his long robe, causing it to flutter loudly. Looking from afar, the man walked freely on the street, as if he had lived a carefree life. It was enviable. A pot of wine, a stick, how many people are there in this world? If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Lin Ling walked forward in a bold and unrestrained manner. Behind him, there were still tall bodyguards. This caused young Master Yao and the others to be stunned. Lin Ling was so carefree. They looked at each other and immediately followed after him. For this trip, even if they had to climb a mountain of blades or plunge into a sea of flames, they would not hesitate. How bold! Could it be that they don't know that Senior will also make a move on this trip? Half-step to martial god realm. How can they stop him? Everyone was so shocked that they stopped breathing. The old man narrowed his eyes as a smile of praise appeared on the corners of his mouth. What a carefree and unrestrained junior. If it weren't for the fact that his duties were limited, he would have let the little boy go. What a pity, what a pity. Young friend, I'm sorry for offending you. The old man finally made his move. His talent had reached the 6th grade, but Jie Yuan was at the peak of the half-step martial god realm. Moreover, his ancestral power surged, reaching 80%, making winds and clouds royal in this region's skies. As if it had received his summons, a huge palm came down from the sky. It was as if the net of heaven had a wide net, but nothing could escape it. Violent winds blew, shaking heaven and earth. However, in the storm, several figures continued to move forward, especially the young man in the lead. With the wine in his hand, he let out a heroic laugh. At this moment, the bodyguard behind him moved. A platinum arm grabbed at the sky, as if it wanted to break the heavens and break all the cages. Rumble. This arm looked ordinary, but it contained great power. When it collided with the palm in the sky, a terrifying ripple of power bloomed. Next, the ruler in the hands of the old man on the ground emitted cracking sounds. His expression changed drastically. Even the judgment sword was affected. By the time he came to his senses, a burly evil spirit was already standing in front of him with a strange smile on his face. He suddenly grabbed him and smashed him to the ground. Boom! The ground instantly split open, the execution field collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. Time seemed to have stopped. Only a few figures continued to move forward slowly and gradually disappeared under the dusk. A pot of wine, a stick, how many people are there in this world? How carefree! How carefree! If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Cough cough. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and the cracks continued to spread. Inside the pit, the old man coughed up blood, and his face was filled with shock. He had lost. That mysterious bodyguard from before actually gave him the feeling of a martial god expert. Terrifying. Such an expert was actually the bodyguard of that junior. The younger generation cannot be underestimated. Then, the old man smiled bitterly and did not continue to chase after him. That was because Lin Ling had defeated him, but he did not kill him. However, this guy is really good at acting tough. Thinking about the young man's carefree figure, the old man smiled bitterly. Even though he had seen a lot in his life, it was the first time he had met such a frivolous person. On the street, Lin Ling had already brought young Master Yao and the rest to the Jade Forest Inn. Young Master Yao and the rest were still in shock from what had happened. They looked at the bodyguard behind Lin Ling with great fear. Fuck, that thing is so terrifying. I didn't even notice it before. Is it a puppet, Mojin Tianzi? It doesn't seem like it. However, I can't detect its aura. Only when it attacked did I sense a terrifying energy. It's ghostly energy. Backbone. The two of them whispered to each other. When they looked at Lin Ling's figure again, they became even more serious. Where did this guy go? How did his strength soar like a rocket? Let's hurry up. It's already dusk. Yu and the rest are waiting for me to have dinner. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. Hearing this, young Master Yao and the rest smiled and quickened their pace towards the Jade Forest Inn. At this moment, the Jade Forest Inn should have been very lively. Because it was rare for experts from all the major academies to gather in one place, they should have been talking loudly. However, the reality was the opposite. The Jade Forest Inn was very quiet. Everyone was lowering their heads to drink and eat. Brother Woody's face was gloomy. He looked at his wine glass, thinking about something. As for Lin Ling's request to heat up the wine, they naturally did not think much of it. The main thing was that they did not think that Lin Ling could return. Therefore, they felt a deep sense of regret. Lin Ling was obviously a little reckless. He probably wouldn't be able to come back from this trip. Sister-in-law, don't cry. Brother Lin Ling will be blessed by the heavens. Perhaps. After a moment of silence, Brother Woody suddenly looked up at Yu and the rest and comforted them. It would have been better if he did not look. Once he did, he was shocked. Because Yu and the rest were actually whispering to each other. Occasionally, they would even snicker secretly. It was as if they were not worried about Lin Ling at all. Even that little witch called Xian Yuan Gu was drinking freely, gulping down a big bowl of wine. Fuck. Brother Woody was tongue-tied. He almost doubted Yu and the rest's relationship with Lin Ling. Could it be that they had been waiting for Lin Ling to die for a long time? In fact, many people were as shocked as him. Yi Louis Sha, Ba Shan, and the rest were the same. However, at this moment, a few figures finally appeared at the entrance of the inn. Before they entered, Yu and the rest's eyes lit up. Brother Ling, you're back. Brother Ling. That voice sounded like a wife waiting at home for her husband's return. This also explained why they were not worried. It was because they had faith that Lin Ling would definitely return. I'm back. Is the wine ready? Yes. Outside the door, the sound of faint laughter finally came in. Everyone was silent. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He really came back. One had to know that this was East City. Lin Ling actually succeeded in robbing the execution ground. That wine. Yes. Brother Woody was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Don't tell me you didn't heat up the wine. Yes. Lin Ling walked over with Young Yao and the rest. Brother Lin Ling, calm down, calm down. I really didn't heat up the wine. Because. Brother Wudi's fear and admiration for Lin Ling had undoubtedly deepened. He was shocked and excited. He was shocked because Lin Ling had really robbed the execution ground. He was excited because there was someone who dared to rob the execution ground in East City. In the future, he would have something to brag about, because Brother Wudi had once accompanied such a person to drink wine. Did you think I wouldn't come back? Is that why you didn't heat up the wine? Yes.